Hello all. Night does look very good, but it wasn't her that distracted me the entire time. Make sure the streams are good. Ooh, wow, okay. Already got some people rolling in. Oh, was it Red Hood? Red Hood looks fantastic, not gonna lie. With her new costume. That should have been her anniversary costume. I mean, not her anniversary, but her popularity costume. Red Hood looks fantastic. So yeah, she was partially the distraction. If you're trying to ask which one I like the best out of everyone that was showcased, well, first of all, I only watched half the live stream because I was pausing and analyzing stuff in my head, which is why I was late, by the way. That was actually the reason why I was late, because I was trying to watch the Nikkei live stream and I was like, oh, what's this? I say the biggest reason why I was distracted was actually the quote-unquote Anise reveal. Well, tease is more of a better word. Are you ready for Ghost Frontline Summary episode 10? No, I'm not. Oh, I'm not sure either, Nixon. That's very weird. In TT Star? Yeah. I will say Nikkei is doing a lot of good right now. They had their major low points, but they sure know how to bounce back. Ooh, that's awful. No, I am not working on anything involving episode summaries. I want to work on other things. The summaries take way too long, and I have a life, and I literally do not have time. I said so in my heavily abbreviated summary video at the very beginning. I said that I have way too much to do now. I don't have the time to do them, bar none. Like, even doing the abbreviated summary took 4 weeks to do. And I really want to get into Nikkei. I really want to get to Ghost Frontline 2, even. I really want to actually make summaries for Project NeuroCloud. There's just way too much on my plate right now that I want to do. So something has to give. Otherwise, I'll be working on that stuff for like 5 years straight. Which, who knows if I will still even be alive during that time, so. It's just not going to happen. Unless I get like an outro production team, which I will have to pay them, which with money I don't have, it's just not going to happen. Hey Furico, how's it going? Sam, part 1 is released. I just checked. It's public. So if you don't see it, that's going to look harder. So it is released. So Nikkei releases main story events once every, basically quarterly per year. And then the rest of it is either like character events with lore drops or fan service events. But recently they've just been doing a lot of the former. So even if there is filler, the main thing about the filler is that it's just fun. So a lot of people in the Nikkei community are very satisfied with their with the way how they're going. It also gives people a great amount of time to just do something else, honestly. I think that the bigger thing is that whenever there is a main story event, things usually happen. They did fumble a little bit this year. Not gonna lie, they did fumble a little bit, but otherwise they've been going pretty good. Thanks for the gift there, Dylan. I appreciate that. Oh, we got it. Congratulations, Philip, for becoming a member. Nice little gotcha moment. Does not believe PU55Y. Yeah. Okay, it's Fitzman's in. Let's go ahead and hop on in. First. Someone goes where? Oh shit. I completely forgot. Hold on. Stopping in here. I just have to do that. There was one thing I was supposed to do this morning, but I got caught up in Nikkei. I actually had to update the patch. Let me do that real quick. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Go over to there. Oh, I think someone beforehand asked like if I'm going to play Duet Night Abyss. Probably not. If there's any gacha game that I'll add to my rotation, it's probably going to be Chaos Zero Nightmare. I'm actually playing that right now, and it's actually really fun. At the moment, I'm playing both Girls Frontline 2 in both regions. That's taking up most of my time because I'm taking both quite seriously. And I'm playing Nikkei, and just that alone is a lot for me at the moment, along with my my job and also trying to make videos. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Recon. I appreciate that. 20 bucks. You need help? I might take you up on that, Dylan. I could actually use some help.
Nixon Zero donated 45 oath at some point.
Alright, about out this one. I got you. Thanks for the $5, Nixon. Appreciate it. In the silent command room, the T-dolls formed a circle around me, all of them silent. I sat in my seat, resting my face in my hand, my fingers constantly massaging my forehead to relieve the throbbing pain. Before me, on the desk, an old backup communicator flickered with a faint red light. Encrypted channel, single-use key. This had been going on for a while, but other than waiting, there was nothing I could do. Until the flashing red light suddenly went out. I let out a long breath, but I couldn't ease the tightness in my chest like I usually could. Mr. Kruger? The communicator cracked with static. The signal seemed very unstable. A few seconds later, a familiar voice came through intermittently. It's me. Long story short, Commander. This line is dangerous. We don't have much time. How's Kalina? I didn't pay attention to any of that and instead urgently asked the question I was most concerned about. He's fine. He just needs to undergo an internal review. Nothing serious. The problem now is you, Commander. You haven't escaped the encirclement yet. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Don't miss a single word. Mr. Kruger didn't exchange pleasantries or even pause to give me time to respond. Rosa was quick to react. She swiftly jotted down Kruger's concise and powerful instructions. how we should invade, capture, how to break through the encirclement, and the main wanted areas. Within the limits of his authority, Mr. Kruger told me almost everything. If Kalina was investigated just for contacting me, then Mr. Kruger's actions were undoubtedly... Mr. Kruger. I didn't even have time to stop him. By the time I realized it, he was almost finished speaking. That's all I know. Got all that down, right? Yes. Thank you. But you don't need to do so much for me. Quite the opposite, Commander. I still haven't done nearly enough. His voice, compared to before, had lost some of its urgency. He sounded more relaxed and had regained some composure. I think this was because we had successfully conveyed what he felt he had to tell me. But at the same time, without that urgency to cover it up, I also heard a certain heaviness in his voice that shouldn't have been there. After a moment of silence, Mr. Kruger spoke in a low voice. Some things are better said clearly. Over the years, I've made many trade-offs, thinking they were the safe path. Looking at it now, that pipe might not lead people where they want to go. I shouldn't have let you go around in circles on the same track. The communication signals seemed to be fluctuating abnormally again, and the static grew increasingly noisy. You said it before. The wrong path won't lead to the right answer. I'll remember that. Keep moving forward. Don't let the situation dictate your steps. Do what you believe is right. Understood. Thank you for everything you've fought for us. And thank you for shouldering so much all these years. I'll forge a path. Once we're out of this encirclement, I'll report back to you. And please, take care of yourself. Okay. Take care. Static. He hangs up. I rubbed my eyes and waved my hand. You guys. Never mind. I want to say something stupid like anyone who wants to leave can leave. If you say that, I might actually punch you, you know. Return to your post. Rosa, you stay. Although the dolls were a bit worried, they obeyed my words and dispersed, leaving only Groza, whom I called out behind. Commander? Groza looked at me worriedly, as if she wanted to say something but was hesitating. Don't worry. I trust Kruger. He said he's fine, so it should be fine. Although, we probably won't be able to contact each other so easy anymore. That's not what I'm worried about. I sigh. I know that. Her gaze was fixed to my face, as if waiting for a concrete answer. Since we don't have to worry about Kruger's side anymore, then we need to decide our own matters first, which is how we're going to live from now on. No, we definitely can't get into the green zone. With the information Mr. Kruger provided, we can at least escape their pursuit for now. But what do we do after that? Hide first. We only have choices if we're not seen. Change the almost response code and go around the encirclement from the edge. Slip into an ungoverned area. I'm a little worried. Is the patrol interval long enough for us to squeeze through? The terrain in that area is not easy to navigate. Mr. Kruger might misjudge our speed. Don't worry, I can judge for myself. We keep crossing the time. If we keep the crossing time under 3 hours, we can ensure we don't alert the patrol post. And what about supplies? The trade has been cut off. We can't last long. We still have a few favors owed to us by the black market, merchants, and scavenger groups. Let's start with small orders. Get standard ammo, filters, and universal repair parts. Don't touch the bulk goods for now. It's too easy to expose ourselves. I can go over the contact list first. No matter who it is, we need to approach them with caution. But considering the maintenance work and cost of the Elmo, we might need a temporary base. I know, but we have to think long term. Let's not discuss it for now.
Dylan Dupair donated 5 to pay for part of cheat day meal.
Thanks for the $5. Hiding the Elmo is no simple matter, even if we can use electronic warfare to evade radar and other detection methods. From a physical standpoint, I shook my head. But there's always a way. The underground black market, hidden settlements, even the Raeger strongholds can be considered options. Even if we don't consider the problem of evading searches, we still need the base operations. If we want to expand our influence, this is the necessary path. Expand our influence. Grossa sighed, looking a bit helpless. So it's really come to this? If I ever had any illusions before, this time has made me see clearly that the life I wanted never existed in the first place. We definitely have to do it, but we can't get it all done at once. You had to eat one bite at a time, and take things one step at a time. Understood. First, we check off our pursuers, then find a temporary base. If necessary, we'll deepen our cooperation with trusted black market merchants and filter the list first. We can provide some technology, open up limited projects, trade our services for physical goods, no long-term warranties, no maintenance logs, we'll only take orders at fixed nodes to minimize tails. Okay. I'll draft the route and key plan first. I'll send it to you for confirmation in half an hour. I was awakened from my memories. Commander? It's Ullrid. Bring her on. After hearing Ullrid's request, I frowned, looking thoughtful. I know my request is a bit shameless. Right now, the dog community really needs your help, Commander. No, there's nothing shameless about it. Setting other things aside, the dog community has helped us many times. Since you need help now, it's only right that we return the favor. It's just that... It's just what? Actually, Swami and Grossa have both told me a little about the situation dog community. Logically speaking, you all have been maintaining it quite well. But now, has the situation really gotten this bad? Ullrid sighed. The reason dog community has been able to survive until now, I believe, is largely because we are not very large in scale. The community is made up of less than 100 dolls. As long as we don't pursue more non-essential quality of life, survival is not difficult. But on the other hand, this scale is actually not enough to support a good internal circulation. Small things don't matter, but many things, we can't be self-sufficient on our own. Originally, this problem would have taken a long time to surface, but recent events have accelerated the process. Frankly, if we don't seek outside help now, the collapse of the community is already a foreseeable outcome. If it hadn't come to this, I wouldn't have approached you. In fact, I'm not even sure if my comrades in the community can understand the situation. They might not even accept your help. Huh? That makes no sense. You're the ones who asked for our help. Now you're saying you might even be willing to accept it? Isn't that a contradiction? And besides, we're also... It's okay, Colfing. I understand what Ullrid means. I nod. Anyway, let's get to the conclusion first. First of all, no problem. I'm happy to help you. But... just as we're discussing how to find a balance, suddenly a loud noise came from outside the door. The sound wasn't close, but I could still tell it didn't come from outside the Elmo. What's going on? Commander, something's wrong! That thing suddenly went berserk! That thing? What thing? It's that Gen 3 T-Doll! Blue Spear, she got out! Oh. Okay. Huh? Such no time to chat. So move everyone. All the times. What bad luck. We'll provide full support. Please give us your orders, Commander. Yeah, she regenerated, and now she's dead again. After a one-turn battle, we finally managed to suppress the rampaging Blue Spear. Feels so tricky. The third-generation dolls are really different. However, the two members of the Defy team are also extraordinary. Were they already on the Elmo? Okay, so they're on the Elmo the entire time. Okay. Unless there was a time skip. So is canon. The one-turn kill is canon. Though not on the level of Igla, she's definitely a tough opponent. Suppressing her caused some damage onto the Elmo. They let Bentley guard her. I wonder if it will have any effect. Don't worry about it. I'd like to say that, but it seems things are actually a bit bad. The radiation purification system is damaged. Please put on the half-mask suit immediately, Commander. Don't worry. Take care of Mei Ling first. There's no one else around here. But I'll worry, don't worry. Seeing Grosso's worried expression, I can only comfort a little before turning to the others. Why did Blue Spear suddenly activate? I checked, and I'm still eliminating possible causes, but it seems for now that the proximity of Melanie and Helena may have catalyzed the Boojum cells in her body. Isn't being isolated in a chiropod enough? The room where the chiropod is stored needs new insulation materials. I'll place an order for them later. What about the damage? Is it repairable? Regardless of anything else, we have to fix the purification system first. Mainly can't stay in the half-inch state forever. The key components are still there, but repairs will still take a few days. In the short term, the Elmo doesn't have a good radiation-proof environment. Then we'll have to find another place that can shield the Ark from radiation. At a time like this, the Greens don't let us in. I have an idea. No, Sabrina can't eat a blue spear. Really? Let's hear it. Commander, you can make a temporary stop at the doll community. The thermal power plant has spare purification rooms and shielding layers. The environment there is much more stable from there. And we can also take the opportunity to implement the assistance plan we talked about before. Ullrid was taken slightly aback, then nodded. I agree. When does Fleming come on board? Part 1. A lot of that's part 1. We were already planning on to ask for your support. Now that Elmo needs to regroup and the dog community needs outside help, this is a perfect opportunity to help each other. I'm willing to help. But I have to say this up front. If your comrades are unwilling to accept my intervention, I won't force you into a difficult position. I will take responsibility for it and explain the matter. I'll be responsible for convincing everyone in the community. This is assistance and standing side by side, not an invasion. And even if you decide not to act now, the dog community will not stand by and watch its benefactor be trapped in radiation. This is also our duty. Right. At least let's get the commander and the companions who need purification settled first. We can deal with other arguments later. Guys, just to explain the JP voices thing, in part 1, the JP voices were late. So, in part 1, it was only in CN. But now they're caught up, so things will be back to normal. I'll go over a version of the repair list with main link first and prioritize getting the purification link up. The personnel and supplies at the station should be as light as possible. Okay. I'll handle the internal communication and also prepare to connect to your support list. Thank you, Commander. It's fine. We're just helping each other out. I might even be the one who's getting more out of it. Let's go. Get the person settled first. Then we can talk about how to get the situation under control. Night pressed down on the shattered dome. The wind blew through the collapsed steel beams, carrying a faint electrical hum. The T-doll sat around the makeshift stage. There were a few light sources, and every lamp flickered slightly. Ullrid stood in the center of the high platform, a curtain with repair patches behind her. She tightened her hand, then relaxed it, her gaze slowly sweeping over every familiar face. Ullrid let out a long breath. She didn't actually gather everyone like this very often. No matter how many times she did it, she never got used to giving speeches. But this time, she had to. Everyone, my comrades. With her first greeting, the slightly noisy audience instantly fell silent. The T-dolls all looked up, blinking their eyes, watching her with curiosity. Tonight, I gather everyone here because there's something I want to tell you all. We need to make a decision that isn't easy, but must be made now. She paused for a moment. Her voice was not loud, but it was clear, like a stone dropping into still water. Everyone here should know the Master of the Elmo, that human commander. After careful consideration and confirmation, I have decided to formally invite him to join the doll community. What? Here? You got to be kidding! Calm down. I'm not finished. As before, we will hold a vote and make a decision based on the results. But before we start the vote, there's something I want to say. You organic. Ullrid took a deep breath. Without the label of human, the commander's a specific person to us. Within the community, some have followed him for many years. Most, like myself, have known him for a short time, but have fought alongside him many times. Now, he is wanted by Readthrough, and his vehicle has become damaged in an accident. At the same time, facing the community's current predicament, we are severely short-staffed, and recent incidents have left everyone exhausted. Now, both we and the commander have reached a point where we need to hold someone else's hand. She raised her hand slightly, pointing to the scattered residential areas, storage facilities, and pipelines. I propose that we accept the commander and his companions into the thermal power plant for the time being, and offer them what shelter we can. At the same time, they will provide support, technical maintenance, communication for external transactions, and necessary security cleanup. We set the terms, we draw the lines, and we carry out the supervision. This is mutual aid, not submission. It's standing side by side, not surrendering. Whispers rose and fell. Ullrid did not avoid their gazes. She took a step forward, her tone even firmer. I know our past. I know what the word human means to many of us. What you worry about, I worry about too. Will we be changed? Will we lose the equality we fought so hard for? I believe the answer is no. The rules here were not changed for any human. Acceptance is only temporary. It can be terminated at any time during the trial period. The range of activity is restricted, and key systems are isolated. All matters of cooperation will be recorded, traceable, and subject to veto. She took a deep breath. We are not handing over the key. We are opening the door a crack, leaving ourselves a way out. We can refuse any takeover. We can insist on voting. We can make every change happen where everyone can see it. As long as we're still willing to believe in each other, no one will take the doll community away. Not even me. The sound of the wind fell from above, as if pressing her words into everyone's ears. She looked at the faces in the crowd, hesitant because of past scars, and for a moment her eyes softened. Finally, I asked everyone to give me the right to make this choice, and to give the dog community a chance to grab the hand reaching out from the outside. If we want to survive, we can't just hide and breathe. We have to learn to bring the air in. She lowered her head and bowed. Thank you. Aye. That's the last vote. What's the result? Super close. Only a 4-vote difference. It was exactly Ullrid's, your, mine, and Leithra's votes. The rest is a completely 50 split. As long as the result is good, everything is good. This way I can also give the commander an explanation. Fitty sounds like the dog community. Yeah, they kinda suck, not gonna lie. They're actually kinda shit. The lamplights danced under Ullrid's eyelashes, but her brow remains furrowed. The voting result before her felt like a stone pressed on her heart. Never before has a vote in the dog community reached such a stalemate. I'll let it pass for now. If we let it pass just like this, I'm worried it'll create hidden problems. What do you mean? That is to say, although the vote passed with a slight advantage, it also means the disagreement is just that significant. One wrong move could split the community apart. So it's best not to do anything that would raise the temperature of the water. Even though this isn't good for the commander, the stability of the dog community is what's most important to us. Looking at Ullrid, the worry in Leithra's eyes grew stronger, and she couldn't help but start writing furiously. Ullrid, I don't think we can go on like this. What do you mean? It's not the voting rule itself, but you. You take all the risk upon yourself, yet you're unwilling to make a real decision. She was frozen by Leithra's gaze, her eyes darting away for a moment. I know, but using votes to solve problems is the rule we set for the community. This rule is to ensure equality and stability for everyone. But now... Leader raised her pen and wrote again. I'm not asking you to abandon equality, it's just that relying on the average of votes will be too slow and too soft when dealing with the outside world. Some of our companions near clouds are not yet mature enough. They can only make simple judgments, and their past experiences make it difficult for them to weigh things rationally. Frankly, there are quite a few that, like that, they don't have the ability to make key decisions. And you are our leader. It's because of you that the dog community has come this far from being a scattered mess. Your easygoing nature and sense of equality are your strengths, but they shouldn't hold you back. Being a leader and upholding equality are not mutually exclusive. This time it's the commander. What about next time? We can't hide behind a wall forever. To survive, we must cooperate with the outside world. If we are held back by voting every time, the lifeline that could has saved us will be cut by our own hands. I believe everyone will eventually understand. As long as it's a choice that benefits the community, it's worth holding our heads high and taking on the act of deciding. Do what the Soviets do. She wrote one last thing, handed it over, her gaze firm. Isn't that right, Ullrid? Bathilde scratched her head. I actually agree with Leader at this time. It's not for any other reason, after these past few incidents. The situation in the community is pretty bad. It might be a little difficult for us to get through it on our own, don't you think? Alright. Let me think about it some more. There's no point in making a final decision now. How to cooperate with them, with the outside world, and what extent are both difficult questions. Breaking up Socrates on his opinion of democracy. Yeah. Ullrid showed a hesitant expression again. After a moment, she looked up at Suomi and Bathilde. Anyways, I will seriously consider this matter. For now, let's get back to the present. Suomi, Bathilde, go ahead and inform everyone of the voting results. Do your best to soothe everyone's emotions and prevent them from causing conflict. I need to discuss this with Lita again. Yay! After the two of them left, Ullrid slowly let out a breath. She clenched her fist, then relaxed it. The frustration in her eyes was visible for only a moment before she suppressed it again. I'm sorry. My speech probably wasn't that convincing. Your speech was extremely convincing. The problem is they're stupid. Quite literally. Ullrid is one of the unique dolls that isn't a Griffin T doll, but has a fuck ton of experience. So she has the maturity to make decisions like that. The other dolls, not so much. There was something that I once heard. Democracy is for the people, by the people, but the people are retarded. That's what I heard. A wise man once said that. Thinking about it, I feel a little shaken. Maybe everyone doesn't trust me that much after all. You must describe in Canada. Leader had already turned to a new blank page in her notebook and written a short line. You've already done a great job. Yeah. Now that I've made up my mind, let's go find her. Leader blinked. I thought you already talked to her. Idiocracy? I love that movie. Are we all retarded? Oh yeah, government by the people, of the people, for the people, but the people are retarded. Yeah. Ullrid looked at the line of text and shook her head. I did contact her before, but she was busy with other things. She only contacted me today to say she could meet. I couldn't postpone operation just for her. So I went ahead with the vote. Leader nodded. Anyways, let's go. Regardless, we still need to talk to her about this, face to face. Only a very small part of the master's thermal plant was occupied and utilized by the doll community. Ullrid and Litara left the community. They were now walking through an unexplored area, yet they moved with practiced ease. You think she'll agree? I hope she'll agree. If she objects, then I have no choice but to go my own way. You and Balthilde were right. On a larger scale, this is a revolution for the doll community. To put it simply, we and the Elmo were already helping each other out. In fact, it's possible we were the ones who needed them more. It's great that you figured that out. But didn't you always say we can't be hostile to her? We live in the same environment, and we both have armed forces. Meaningless confrontation only brings meaningless losses. The community was established for everyone's survival, so of course we should avoid a conflict. In this matter, it would be best if I can get her to understand. If not, I can't give up either. This is my way of repaying the commander and taking responsibility for the decisions we all made together as a community. That's true. And I think as long as we don't expose her existence and don't interfere with her, she probably has no reason to object. Litara hadn't finished writing what she wanted to say when an alarm suddenly blared around them. The two of them stopped at the same time, simply standing back to back, drawing their weapons and watching the surroundings warily. Amidst the suddenly blaring alarms, a large number of defense machines poured out from the shadows of the thermal power plant facilities. I see. So this is what she's been doing the past few days. Her hobbies are as terrible as ever. Clean up before anyone else notices. Yeah, see, Lara earnings okay, right? Yeah, take that, barrel. Ooh. A sharp arrowhead rode the wind and pierced the puppet T-Doll's core. The huge robot collapsed with a roar, the parts pieced together on its body scattering everywhere. That only counts as one, you know. I'm not counting. So you don't have to count either. That's so boring. I know, but she'll definitely count. Leader smiled, seemingly unfazed by the sudden attack. Around them, the defeated defense machines had already been collected one by one during the count of battle. Thus, despite the major fight, not many traces were left. Even the ubiquitous bullet marks would be gone by the next time Ullrid and the others came. Let's go. Passing through the combat zone, Ullrid and Lythra entered a passage leading underground. The thermal power plant, which had been relatively well lit, suddenly became much dimmer after they went underground. Although there was sufficient lighting in the corridor, for some reason most of them were turned off. Fortunately, this was not enough to hinder Ullrid and Lythra. Finally, the two of them stopped in front of a tightly shut door. Open the door, Phaetusa. You can see us, right? With her question, the large door before them seemed to understand, slowly swinging open its own without any external force. The fluorescent lights overhead cast a pale white glow, illuminating the crisscrossing pipes and dense cable trays. Thick concrete walls separated this place from the world above. Mixing, yeah. I thought the same thing. Inside the central server room, the ventilation ducts emitted a low hum. Rows of monitor screens flickered with streams of blue-green data, displaying the operational parameters of the entire thermal power plant. In front of the massive main console, various indicator lights blinked in an orderly fashion, occasionally punctuated by the mechanical sounds of running equipment and the hiss of the cooling system. In the center of the room at the main console, a female T-doll lay on her side of the monitor screen. One hand dangled, occasionally fiddling with the instrument. Although her gaze was lazy, and she could barely keep her eyes open, every action was precise. Long time no see, Ullrid, Lythra. The score is 24-12. Lythra, you need to train more. You must be updating the thermal power plant's defense system. We're very grateful. But I hope you can sync the time and place with me after each update. Phaetusa? My updates aren't on a fixed schedule. I only do them when necessary. But don't worry. The ones that attack you are just testing purposes anyway. If possible, I'd like to protect all of humanity. You're talking nonsense again. In that case, I have something to discuss with you. Our dog community has decided to accept a human into the thermal power plant and provide him with temporary sun shelter. At the same time, the management model of the dog community will temporarily change. I will act as a representative of the dog community and manage the community together with this human. Since the thermal power plant isn't exclusive to the dog community, I'm here to ask of your opinion. I'll be direct. Even if you object, I won't back down. Oh, wow, that looks nice. It was like, oh, wow. That's a good ball to look at. Huh? The lacy figure suddenly stirred and leaped off the stage, her body as nimble as a swallow. Her eyes widened, her face filled with curiosity and enthusiasm, a complete change from her previous lazy demeanor. Human? Human? You're going to accept the human? No, you're even going to let him in? Let him manage you? Really? What kind of person is he? Ullrid was taken aback by Phaetusa's somewhat abnormal excitement, instinctively taking a half step back, but she quickly regained her composure. It's someone who has helped us before. A trustworthy, kind, and reliable human. Trustworthy? Kind? Reliable? You actually use such wonderful words to describe a human? That's so rare. No. You're very smart. But the fact that T-Dolls in your community also agreed means that that person must be really great. Can I see him? Not a direct meeting, just a look from a distance? Ah, yes, I agree. Of course I agree. Bring him here. He can stay as long as he wants. Be careful. It's fine. Someone they trust this much can't be a bad person. Ullrid looked at Ullrid and they exchanged a glance. As if realizing something, Ullrid nodded, not letting Phaetusa's behavior shake her any further. We'll talk about these things later. We just came today to confirm your thoughts. Since you agree, we'll start moving forward. Farewell. Betusa didn't stop them. Instead, she lowered her head and muttered to herself. I never met a boy in her whole life. That is kind of what that was. Ullrid and Leithra left the server room together. After they left, the door to the server room slowly closed, once again stealing the inside from the outside. Ullrid and Leithra looked at each other again. Without a word, they turned and headed back down the corridor they came from. Is there anything that concerns you? Everything about her concerns me. When have you ever met someone like her? And her reaction is too exaggerated. It's obvious she has ulterior motives. Indeed. Although we only interacted a limited number of times, this is the first time I've seen Betusa so excited. However, as long as it doesn't become an obstacle for us, it's fine. Our original agreement was mutual non-interference. But I still don't think she's trustworthy. She's hiding to me secrets, many of which are inexplicable. A pre-World War III AI that grew to this extent on its own? And that doll before. Lampetia. I didn't mean to see Lambertia? She clearly holds great hostility towards us. And she's also her creation. More importantly, her frame. Litara's pen paused. It's been too long. Maybe people don't remember now, but I would never mistake it. That's the Sanguis fairy frame. Didn't she say it was the remains of a frame she found while she was wandering? She's a thermal power plant's management AI. Where would she go wandering? If she came later, how could she have such a grasp of the thermal power plant? That's what's suspicious. She's always lying to us or hiding something. The two of them walked out of the passage and were once again enveloped in light. But the doll community's current output is still based on the gene bank knowledge and samples provided by Phaetusa. We have benefited from her assistance. That is an undeniable fact. And although we haven't interacted much, I can sense her kind nature. Maybe she's really just curious and friendly towards the commander. Although the doubts you mentioned do exist, for now, cooperating with her still has more advantages than disadvantages. Leithra seemed a bit helpless, but she also knew what Ullrid said was true. She looked left and right, then took out a cardboard and scribbled a line of words on it. Let's be as careful as possible. Ullrid nodded, and the two of them left side by side without another word. Yeah, Readthrough is very matter of fact. That's her big thing. Despite the presence of the fluorescent lights, in the still somewhat dim underground computer room, the girl-like doll hummed a retro tune and twirled happily. I forgot to ask Ullrid what the dear human will arrive. I need to prepare well. Oh, right, everyone in the community has had a rough life. They're bound to accidentally neglect the human's care. WKP has grown for sure. Yeah, she has. Phaetusa was excitedly checking her friend's appearance in a somewhat dirty reflective mirror when she suddenly remembered this and hurried back to the console. Open the database? Let me see. Humans need food, clothing, shelter, and transportation? Will the community have nice clothes? Oh dear, I don't even know if the human is a man or a woman. Maybe one set of men's clothes, one set of women's clothes. Food! All the crops I saved finally has a purpose. What about seasoning? Humans don't seem like things that are just boiled or roasted. For living... Maybe some small things that can increase humans' happiness index. Happiness index? Does she have Vepley brain? Decorations, a comfortable bed? Should I change my hair ornament too? I've been using this one for so long. And seasonings. Could you trouble Ullrid to help check if there's any black market merchants or like nearby? So enough out of you. Just as Phaetusa was racking her brain, trying to come up with a surprise for the approaching commander. Just like Hero's chicken. Shut up, Dylan. I only did that once. Barbed words exploded in her ear, like the sounds like a blade scraping against metal, cold and thin. In an instant, all the light and cheerful bubbles in the air were popped. Kuro? Nah, that's just a coincidence. That's gotta be a coincidence. So, Kuro is the name of a Griffin T-doll that was also in Project NeuroCloud. Her code name in Griffin was MDR. I'm going to assume for now it's a coincidence. It'd be a bit of a... It's a bit too much of a head scratcher, otherwise. So, let's continue. Don't call me by that stupid name. And get your welcoming guide off my mainframe. Like Helena's name, yeah. It is. It does give me like the Helenan vibe. Like just everyone uses that name. So it's probably that. Changing hair ornaments, making the bed. Are you planning to roll out the red carpet at the door and hand over your keys to the control room? That's so mean of you to say. I'm just... I haven't seen a human in a long time, so I'm a little excited. Excited? About an ape whose gender you haven't even confirmed? You don't even know if it's male or female, true or false, good or evil? And you're already preparing a wardrobe and hot milk for it? Just because he's a human, you're going to trust him unconditionally? Has your neural cloud been infected with some kind of spring-tide Trojan? I just want to be prepared. Besides, there are many gentle humans. Gentle? The archaeologist's hands were also gentle, extremely skilled as he managed to dismantle our frames into shelves. The caravan's leader's voice was also gentle, not working for a single word as he sold our coordinates to the Viagers. Don't forget how we survived to this day. On the back of those aid and cooperation tags in your database. It's all written, deprive and dispose. You're too extreme. While there are indeed some not-so-good people, that doesn't mean all humans are like that. This person at least has won the trust of Ullrid and the others. They've been through so much. If even they are willing to let their guard down, you're just gonna follow suit? Are they the ones letting go, or are you trying to wipe their past clean for them? Can't you see? Human instinct is to possess, to put the unknown into their own boxes. When they see the power plant, they won't think of co-construction. They'll only think archive, take over, exploit. When he finds out what you are, he'll stuff you back into a shooting range and dismantle you completely in the name of technology recovery. I believe he won't. He can fight alongside them and is willing to risk coming here to help. A person like that. A person like that? Don't use pretty words to gloss over uncertainty. Goodwill is the cheapest disguise, and promises are the most useful grappling hooks. You always comfort yourself with probabilities, but I only use conclusions. We've been betrayed, dismantled, and hunted down enough times to be considered standard procedure. But it's precisely because we have been through those things that we better understand the choices to believe. The dolls of the doll community? They have all been treated cruelly by humans. So, a human who can make them let their guard down and choose to accept must be different from the ones you're talking about. You were born to be a human's guard dog. Of course you'd be happy to wag your tail at them. Oh please, yes, wag your tail at me. You want to welcome him? Fine. You want to increase his happiness index? Fine. But don't expect me to watch you unbolt the door and still praise you for being kind. Her tone sank, carrying an icy sharpness. I'll upgrade the firewall by 2 more levels and add isolation gates to key sections. I'll install stingers in all the passages. For every step he takes inside, I'll make him step on a mine. I'll place surveillance in every corridor he walks down, creating a file to record his every action, every glance, even every breath. If anything is even slightly off, I'll kick him out immediately and cut the neural links of his T-doll companions while I'm at it. Do you mean he'll go that far? There's something that Stalker would say. Greed is a true color of humanity, and suspicion is the law by which we survive. I'm protecting us. You can have your sweet dreams, I don't care. But I will do what needs to be done. I won't give up believing. If he really is as you say, then I will personally admit that I was wrong. But before that, please don't hurt him. And don't hurt any of our comrades in the doll community. I never kill indiscriminately, but I never gamble on luck. She suddenly paused as if catching the clue she was unwilling to speak of, her tone faltering. What is it? The dark emotions retreated deep into the data stream, leaving only a dissatisfied click of the tongue. Betusa tilted her head, didn't press further, then turned her attention back to the screen, focusing on planning her welcoming ceremony. I'm so looking forward to it. Roll a d20. Ah, blushy face, Ullrid. How it warms my heart. You know what also warms my heart? The gifted sub. Thanks again, Dylan.
Oh my god!
I agree. Oh my god! Vanna Skiller. Congratulations on becoming a member. Please, allow me to formally introduce myself on this occasion. I am the representative of the doll community, Ullrid. Here, on behalf of the doll community, I welcome you. Welcome, honey. I mean, Commander. Thank you for accepting me. I am honored to be here. I'll do my best to provide practical help. If there are any inconveniences, please tell me directly. Oh, hey, Helen. Nice for you to show up. But the actual vote must have been quite intense. The members who haven't met the commander are still in the majority. Even with your guarantee, it's hard for them to easily trust a human. Indeed. But the results are here. Our vote was to accept and acknowledge. That is the will of the entire doll community. What about the young lady who needs the most radiation protection? Having a whole bunch of people show up all of a sudden would definitely cause trouble for you. So today it's just me, the commander, and Miss Helen coming over to check things out first. Ah, poor Groza. Thrown out again. Get back on the chair, Groza. Having too many people around at a time like this just get in the way. The first step of construction is to get the planning straight. The commander said so. Although the almost radiation protection system is damaged, there are still temporary purification agents in stock. Mailing prefers staying in Elmo to oversee the repair work. After I arrive, the purification agent's radiation are enough for Mailing to use alone. She hopes to repair the Elmo's damage as soon as possible. I'll lead a team to help the dog community. Of course, I'll have her come over during her break. For the same reason, although they may be temporarily borrowed by the Elmo for a while. With her here, the repair progress can be greatly accelerated. And grows it will take my place to maintain order on the somewhat chaotic Elmo. I still rely on her a bit too much. It's okay. This is Batote's own wish. We respect her personal thoughts. Then please, show us around. I want to understand the current situation first before deciding where to start. As soon as Commander shows up, all the dolls just fucking stare at him. It's like, it's a human. Please, follow me. Ullrid nodded and officially led us into the thermal power plant. To be honest, although I already received some fragmented information about this place from dog community members like Ullrid, leader, and Ullrid herself, I realized after arriving that it far exceeded my imagination. The scale of this power plant is quite impressive. After confirming it with my own eyes, I immediately understood why the dog community had chosen this place as a semi-permanent base. With the size of the dog community, I feel that even if it expanded 10 times or more, it would still be more than enough. You can just use this as the base? It's perfect, honestly. Like he straight up just said, even if the dog community expanded 10 times or more, it would be more than enough. And so there's about 100 dolls in the community. Basically saying, even if there was 1,000 dolls, it would be more than enough. Just stay here. Is this all under your control? No. We only occupy a small portion that we confirm is safe. Most of the area still has many defense systems, and we can't confirm whether there are any unsafe factors, so it's difficult to utilize. For this reason, I hope you stay close to me. It would be troublesome if you accidentally wandered into a dangerous area and triggered an alarm. Ullrid probably wasn't lying to me, but I subconsciously felt that she wasn't being completely honest. This might also be related to the overall attitude of the doll community. Although the three of us strangers were normally welcomed and accepted, Ullrid still restricted our movements, even within the community. I'm afraid some members of the doll community are still wary of our arrival, and are therefore unwilling to let us get involved in more sensitive areas. We're here. Oh, wait, can I say that I love the fact that Ullrid's a character now? Like, in the actual main story? It warms my heart. Ah, this is the perfect place for a military without borders. This would be our outer heaven. The room is a bit simple, but the necessary protection and purifications are all in place. If there's anything else you need, just let me know. Although it's obvious this room was recently cleared out, Yes, I think it needs. Are we going to rest in the same room as the commander? Damn. She doesn't miss a beat. Holy shit. Of course not. You can be housed with the community members. As for me, living alone is more convenient for planning and communication. That's a shame. However, to say it was surveillance might be an exaggeration. At least I didn't find such devices. Although there were indeed myriad curious gazes gathered on me. Perhaps it's because they still don't know how to treat me yet. But anyway, since I haven't done anything wrong, and have no ill intentions, I'll just be open about it. I entered the room and inspected its contents. What are these? I happened to notice a number of small trinkets on the table that were clearly not daily necessities. I had no idea what they were for. They're gifts. Your comrades in the community who once fought alongside you heard you were coming and asked me to leave these here. Consider it a greeting. Yeah, so at least some of the community has already met the commander. So they're like, yeah, let's have him here. I like him already. Here. One of the gifts is a condom. Ullrid smiled when she saw the little gadget in my hand. So as Phaetusa is an SF doll, she has an SF frame. That's all we know so far. Although your companions who haven't met you still have doubts about your arrival, there are also some in the community who have fought alongside you in the previous incidents. You left a very deep impression on them. This is their way of showing goodwill. Let's see. Please, thank them for me. I picked up a small stuffed doll that was on my bed. Next to it was a gun. I wasn't alarmed at all, because I could tell at a glance it was just a model gun. These two gifts are quite exquisite. Who brought them? I'm not sure. I had them put all the gifts together. I'll ask around later. No, that's fine. Since the giver didn't leave a name, I don't need to go out of my way to investigate. I set the doll and the model aside. Are there any other plans for later? If you're not tired, I'd also like to ask you to go to the training room. Everyone wants to see you. Everyone wants you, especially you, Commander, to guide them in the mock battle. Training room? You even have that? Don't underestimate the dog community, Commander. Although we were based on the border of the yellow and red zones, we had to throw a power plant into everyone's collective efforts. We've also built this place into our home. Then I was truly rude. You are all truly amazing. You flatter us. Okay, let's do this first. Getting to know everyone will make it easier to work together later. Yay, I get to see the commander dominate in mob battles again! However, not all of our companions in the community are professional tactical dolls. Some of our partners are just civilian dolls who are fitted with fire control cores as a joint in dog community. Oh, so like Griffin. That's what the commander's thinking right now. The neural class change itself is not that high, and they can't be compared to the elites under your command. I hope you don't mind. Seeing it with a somewhat worried expression, I couldn't help but shake my head and smile wryly. Don't worry, Ullrid. It's not that I'm not surprised, but rather, that is actually what I'm best at. Like most of my dolls, yeah. I was like how Ullrid was just embarrassed to say it. He's like, yeah, so like the majority of dolls are like kind of bad. They're not very smart. And Gwen's like, don't worry. That's like, I'm used to that. I have 3 idle dolls that kills people. It's like, don't worry, Ullrid. I have Vepley. I'm the best at this. The training ended quickly. The simulation system they had was quite good, but they were clearly lacking in professional training, tactical training. We only ran a few simple mock battles, and I determined that the current training was enough for them to digest for a while, so I stopped the simulation. It's hard wrangling. While they were discussing, I took some free time to look around the doll community. I was mentally prepared from the start, but the trouble here really seems difficult to handle. It's not just about the effort. We probably need to put in a lot of our own supplies to get it done. And the scene that we saw truly made us feel a little uneasy. The situation here is indeed not good. I mulled it over, trying to find some gentle words, but in the end I gave up. Perhaps because the residents of the doll community are all dolls, they don't need to consider their living environment much, so they're a bit careless in this regard. On top of that, the geographical environment here is quite unique. If it's not managed for a long time, it will eventually become a mess. And I find it a bit strange. Strange? Given the muddle-along lifestyle of everyone in the doll community, and the lack of unified management and allocation, the materials they possess are clearly a bit too much. Indeed. When I checked the warehouse just now, I found they were stockpiling food. And that's what I find strange too. The people in the doll community don't even care about their own lives. How could they have the spare energy to collect food that isn't a necessity for them? We're the first outsiders to even enter the doll community and establish communications, so it's not like it's for trading. That food, it looks quite fresh. As far as we know, they haven't established any commercial or intellectual property dealings with humans. And many of the devices and items here are not things that these T-dolls could have made. Not even Miss Balthilde. The battle system you just used is a prime example. Not to mention it, that is a bit strange. I'm used to seeing that kind of thing, but on second thought, it's not cheap. And you can't necessarily get it even if you have the money. Even with Miss Lee's coordinating, there are things that can and cannot be done. Many T-dolls also have limited access to infrastructure data. So what you're saying is... I subconsciously lowered my voice a little. Although to some extent this is just a casual chat, I can still distinguish which thing should not be discussed loudly. I suspect the doll community might not be as simple as we heard. To establish such a well-equipped safe zone, there is likely a faction providing aid behind the scenes. And maybe it's my imagination, but I always feel like there are unfamiliar eyes watching us. Is that exaggerated? If there's really some behind-the-scenes faction here, would Miss Ullrid still need to ask us for help? Miss Ullrid really did help us out. Gulfing has a point. I at least trust Ullrid. Maybe they're hiding something, but they wouldn't hurt us. I nod. If we have questions, we'll ask Ullrid directly. Our purpose here is to provide assistance to the dog community. If we start suspecting each other instead, we'll be defeating the purpose. Hey Changelo, what's up? As we were discussing, Ullrid, who had probably finished her work, appeared before us once again. Hi, what you talking about? Do you hate me yet? Please don't hate me. Our rival had clearly added a lot of work for her, causing her to constantly run back and forth between the community and us. I'm sorry. There's a problem in the repair bay. I just fixed it. Is it over to training grounds? Yeah, we had a few simulated battles. The results were pretty good. They're still studying the recordings, so we came out for a walk. Good timing. We found some problems and wanted to ask you about them. Problems? Let's not beat around the bush. Ullrid, where did the grain in the warehouse come from? That grain looks very fresh. Not like it's been stored in a long time. And since we're the first outsiders you've had contact with, you probably didn't get it through trade, right? You mean that? Come with me. It's better to answer you with something you can see rather than with words. Gesture for us to follow. We looked at each other and then followed her. Ullrid led us through the corridor to the dog community. Along the way, the hum from the depths of the dormal plant was like a drumbeat in our chest, growing heavier with each step. After passing through two locked isolation doors, the cold white light suddenly turned warm, and the smell of damp earth rushed out from the crack in the door. The smell is... The moment the door opened, greenery seemed to sprout from the cracks of the concrete, filling our vision. Rows of nursery racks and earthen beds were arranged in a crisscross pattern. Above them were irrigation arms, fashioned from old guide rails, from which fine, misty water droplets dripped along the steel beams. Columns of sensors stood beside their furrows, their indicator lights blinking rhythmically. The waste heat recovery ducts breathed overhead with a steady pulse of temperature and humidity. Small automated farming machines moved slowly back and forth along their preset routes, the friction of their blades making a very faint rustling sound. I stood on the threshold, stunned for a full 2 seconds. Farming in the thermal power plant? Strictly speaking, it's an experimental field. It existed in the plant's auxiliary systems for a long time. We're just doing our best to maintain it. All we can do is maintain it according to procedures and fertilize according to the schedule. No one is an expert in this agriculture. As you can see, only a small part of the land is being used, because we didn't need food in the first place. What you saw came from here. The level of automation is very high, and the equipment isn't civilian grade. The control logic doesn't seem to have come from within the community either. But it's running very smoothly. I crouched down and picked up a pinch of soil. The rough texture of my fingertips told me this wasn't just any overturned yellow earth. It was mixed with soil amendments, providing good water retention and aeration. Looking up again, I saw the tomato patch at the head of the row. Its leaves glossy and its flower clusters neat. Further on, the spacing between the rows and purple sweet potatoes was beautifully even, and uniform ridges swelled beneath the plastic film. Hey, Commander has a green thumb. Hey, Commander had to deal with Epiphyllum. He kinda had to learn agriculture as a necessity, I would assume. And this was not even a tenth of this land. The drum in my chest began to beat faster and faster. For a long time, the prices of goods related to the livelihood of people in the Yellow Zone had been quite high, with fresh ingredients being particularly scarce. Besides habitation issues, the fundamental reason that most of the land in the Yellow Zone is contaminated and cannot be cultivated, making self-sufficiency impossible. The cost of purchasing from the Green Zone is high, and after layers of screening, very little actually reaches the residents of the contaminated zone. If the dog community could achieve self-sufficiency, they could definitely exchange for many of the resources they currently need to build a more solid foundation for internal circulation. Looking further ahead, if the development and expansion goes well, it's not impossible to open up the supply chain, improve the supply ecosystem of a contaminated zone, and help more people in the contaminated zone. This is it. This has to be it. Yeah. So, remember when I said, why not just stay here? I think this is where this story is trying to put us to. But there's going to be a lot of friction. Because, you know, doll community. And the doll's being retarded. So, it's not going to happen now, but I think that's the end game here. What's that mean? Oh yeah, it's coming together. Ullrid, you may not realize it, but this is undoubtedly your gold mine. No, I should say, this is a great treasure for the entire doll community. Wow. Sounds like the doll community's about to get rich? It's not just about getting rich. What it can buy is time, bargaining chips, and a voice for you to speak to the outside world. You must make good use of this. Starting today. He's like, dude. He's like, whoa, dude, we gotta use it now. Like, this is fucking awesome. What the fuck? You've been sitting on this? Why? Like, I haven't heard Commander excited for a long time. He's like, bruh, what the fuck? I guess Springfield to make me a meal now. I stood up, trying to suppress my excitement in my voice. To be honest, I didn't expect you to have such a high opinion of this place. If you're willing to take charge of external affairs, I will fully cooperate with internal personal development and discipline. Oh, Ullrid is like, yeah, sure. Fuck it. That's the very reason I came. Leave what you're good at in the fields, and leave what I'm good at to me. As for the rest, let this greenie prove its own worth. Now, setting up a firewall within the community has become a matter of urgency. If somewhere to locate or track us here, losses would be enormous. Ullrid, where's the central server? Wasn't this the purpose of bringing me here? Of course. I was like, whoa. Holy shit. We're We're rich, bitches. There's money. There's so much money. Ullrid, there's money here. Doll just making a DoorDash. I didn't pay attention to his conversation. Instead, I looked at the vibrant greenery, and the tightness in my chest seemed to be washed away a little by the fresh scent of leaves. Commander's channeling the spirit of capitalism. Rosa, I could finally pay my fees off to 404. And I like how Ullrid was like, yeah, we just have this farm here, you know. No, it ain't much, it's pretty small. You know, it's just a farm. And Commander's like, what do you mean just a farm? Dude, what the fuck? This is money! Yeah, and Sojourners to gloss over it too. Yeah, they did gloss over it in Glass Island, or Grass Island, whatever it's called. Sojourners of the Glass Island. Resartrism was not ready to fight capitalism. Yeah, I initially saw it as like a, as like, whoa, this is like a great reason why to stay here and make it bigger. That's why I wanted for like a very long time for the commander to actually meet the doll community, because I wanted him to get to that thermal power plant. I didn't know what it would lead to, but it just felt like that this particular place in particular was going to play a major role in some way. I didn't think it mean money. I stood in the middle of the experimental field, covered in dirt, looking at the lush greenery around me. A sense of accomplishment washed over me. Before, this was a wasteland. Now, through my planning and everyone's efforts, we basically filled every usable space with green. I was worried about where to get enough seedlings. I didn't expect the community's warehouse to have so many in reserve. If it was already prepared, why didn't you use it before? After there were development plans. Although there were development plans, they were put on hold because the planning wasn't finalized. You bought the seedlings before the plan was even finished? Miss Ullrid, are you always this unplanning your actions? As long as the result is good, right? And thanks to Ullrid for mobilizing the others in the community. Otherwise, I feel this big. Would have taken us forever to finish our own. Also, I wiped the sweat from my brow, squatted down, and checked the healthy seedlings. The quality of this process is quite good. I squatted down and carefully observed the condition of the soil and the plants. With this kind of quality, even if it can't compete with the premium agricultural products in the green zone, at the very least, and a hand at the black market merchants in the yellow zone, this would definitely be considered high-grade stuff. Really? Of course. I dealt with a lot of merchants before. These costs would be a hot commodity at the trading post in the Yellow Zone. Especially these tomatoes and purple sweet potatoes. They look amazing. I stood up and dusted off my hands. When these costs mature, I'll be responsible for contacting buyers. By selling these goods, we can use the income to exchange for needed supplies. There seems to still a lot of infrastructure that needs to be overhauled. We can't just consider the current people. Oh? Are we becoming black market dealers too? No, we'll be known as the Tomato King of the Elmo! Being wanted will still cause some trouble. But sometimes there can also be a form of credit guarantee. Friendship with bounty hunter career is over. I'm a farmer now. Some black market dealers trust one of their own more. Although many things in the community can be self-produced and self-sufficient, the varieties of supplies from the outside world is much richer. For example, medical supplies, precision parts, and seasonings are much more efficient to obtain through trade than to produce ourselves. If you really want to do that, that would indeed be good news for us. Then let's first deal with the parts that are already in production. The planning work is almost done. After this, there's still infrastructure and the central system to build. Not time to rest yet. And thank you for your help, Helen. For now, please focus on the server side. Got it. I'll also contact a few reliable acquaintances as soon as possible. Ensure that once the crops are mature, they can be put on the market immediately. It's on the way to you, Commander. We stayed for a while longer, discussing some details of export cooperation, and then left the fields. Is Helen just perpetually propping her bust? Yes. And just as we had walked a short distance away, the agricultural machinery that had been hibernating in the Tunis field suddenly activated on its own. Its lens slowly turned, a red indicator light blinking intermittently, giving off an indescribably eerie feeling. Inside the central server room, Betusa leaned lazily against the console, her eyes gleaming with excitement. That conversation just now was so much fun! She jumped up and down the console with a light step. The commander is so amazing! His plan is very accurate, not much different from my calculations. It just so happens that all the seedlings we prepared can be put to use. Most importantly, he was actually able to persuade the dolls and doll community to throw themselves into the work. It would have been so much trouble to reclaim and plant a large piece of the land with just our equipment. Not only that, he's also going to help the doll community establish foreign trade. A human like this is exactly the kind of being I've been looking for. She excitedly operated the screen in front of her, pulling up the footage just seen back by the agricultural machinery. A perfect model of a human, exactly as I imagined. If only I could talk to the commander face to face. This way, the doll community can establish contact with the outside world without revealing too many secrets. And through trade, we can also contribute to the rebuilding of human civilization. The voice grew more and more cheerful, and she couldn't help but spin around on the spot. This is great! This is the future I've always dreamed of! Humans and dolls living in harmony, building a better world together. Enough. And as if on cue, that cold voice once again shattered her fantasy without warning. Huh? Kuro? Stop dreaming. Is making that human be some kind of savior your new hobby? Have you forgotten how much sickening sweet poison comes from the human enough? But you saw how Commander acted just now. He really is kind. Kind? Huh, do you know what acting is? Humans are the best at pretending. Before they can achieve their goals, they can say all sorts of gentle words. Don't tell me you didn't notice. That one obsessed with those illusions you planted. And you're pretending to ignore it. Who knows what kind of bad ideas you're cooking up? There you go again. It's always like this, being prejudiced against humans. Prejudice? No, this is experience. They're wrapped in a soft shell, but they're nothing but calculations on the inside. Today is cooperation. Tomorrow they put a collar on you and turn this field into their shackles. Are you really going to trust him? He's helping us establish external trade, which is very important for the community's survival. If we can get materials and parts through trade, the community can continue to develop and even accommodate more T-dolls. She's just like me for real. I believe, at least he has indeed brought hope to the community. Believe? Ha. Do you think you're a saint? Stop hope into every human's chest and they'll become good. So naive it's laughable. See? You're speechless. Because you know everything I said is true. Alright. Maybe there were some bad experiences in the past. But that doesn't mean all humans are like that. Besides, it's time for maintenance now. Let's take care of this first. We'll talk about the other things later. You go. I want to stay in this server for a while. Here we go again. You're always like this when you're unhappy, sulking by yourself and not talking to me. This can't go on. We should communicate properly. I said I want to be alone. Alright. Yes, that did. She is. I'm going to do my frame maintenance first. Come find me when you're thought your things through. Come find me when you've thought things through. The virtual space fell silent again, with only the continuous flow of data streams. But this calm only lasted for a few minutes. Finally gone. A gloomy figure emerged in the virtual space. This face, belonging to Phaetusa, was filled with an unfamiliar disgust and anger. Tribute to human civilization, coexist in harmony. That naive idiot is still having such foolish dream. And if this guy, if it's really who I think it is. She waved her hand, changing the surrounding environment and bringing up a hidden interface. As she worked, encrypted folders appeared one by one. These were historical records she secretly saved. The Elmo, Griffin Commander. She started searching for related information and quickly found her target. Found it. Let me see. The first file is an operation log. Griffin and Kruger operation log 2847. I can't seem to speed this up. Objective: eliminate Sanguis. Oh, error code S09. Objective: eliminate Sanguis Ferry stronghold. Result: complete success. All enemies eliminated. No, really, I can't get ahead. Okay, there we go. All eliminated. He was still in disbelief and continued to open more records, each one driving a cold rivet deep into her neural cloud. Impossible. That can't be the same person. Fear crawled like fine needles under every inch of her neural cloud skin, only to be covered, inch, by a more intense hatred. 10 years. He's been gone for 10 years. Damn it, didn't the news say this he was already dead? Damn humans, full of lies! Even using death to device. This one, there's no mistake. It's him. The one who, despite commanding a bunch of Griffin trash, was able to beat us back and back again. The commander. Although at the time, she had not yet become entangled with White, combined with it and evolved to possess her current level of intelligence. But those terrifying memories were still burned into the depths of her neural cloud. This guy's is best at exploiting the trust of dolls. It's completely illogical and unscientific, but that Griffin trash. Under his command, they're just stronger than the dolls from the other sectors. I see. No wonder he gained the trust of the doll community so easily. It's all a trick. Ooh, what a name drop. He's an OG. Okay, yeah. He's an OG. He's one of the originals. So, the theory right now, the current theory right now is that she's an AI, but she never actually fought the commander before. She may have not been a ringleader. Her voice became more hoarse, as if squeezed from between her teeth. Is this human? This so-called Kind Commander who destroyed Sanguis Ferry and killed Lady Elisa? Technically, he didn't kill her. Technically, he didn't kill her. And now, this person wants to use the same method to turn the dog community into his tool. Oh, she doesn't know. Yeah, she just... I was like, oh, she doesn't know. I blame him for it. She basically killed herself to merge with N4, right? We can say yes to that. That was basically her goal the entire time, Elisa, yeah. That's not quite what happened in reality, but that was always her goal. The virtual space began to tremble with anger, and the data stream became chaotic. I am so glad they're bringing up SF. Just saying. The question now is, who is she? Who is, like, actually, who is the AI right here? Because it can't be a ringleader, unless she forgot. Unless one of the ringleaders forgot and their memories were erased, but I kind of doubt that. I can't let this kind of person get his way. Besides, there was another fact that she didn't say out loud, but that she feared immensely. If she, as a Sengo's fairy, was discovered by this guy, who could be called her natural enemy, he would never let a Sengo's fairy remnant go. I mean, he did. Like, that's the funny part. It's like, he did, though. She forced herself to calm down and began to implement her preparations. We are friends with 45, dumbass. That's true. Actually true. There's no time. Although it's a bit early, it seems I had to activate the plan ahead of schedule. She pulled up a deeper folder, which contained a large amount of complex program code. Puppet Neural Cloud System, Frame Control Transfer Protocol, and those simple Singular Neural Cloud backups. Since that idiot trusts her commander so much, let's see her see with her own eyes what kind of demons all the humans she admires are. He looked at the confusing situation she had set up, muttered to herself as if this could only stabilize her terrified neural cloud. In her mind, that person's face appeared once again. Truly, Phaetusa felt the emotion welling up from within her own neural cloud. That potent poison known as fear. Deploy the washboard. What? You in the China servers? Yes, I am. I gave my information to the CCP, and with that, I was granted access to the Chinese servers. Wait, is English? That's a patch. There's a team who makes a patch for every story, and we just added. Her information is very outdated, yes. In the blink of an eye, we've been living in a dog community for some time now. What do you mean living? What, has it been a week? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? During this time, Mei Ling came over to rest a few times, but she always quickly put on her protective suit and returned to the Elmo. Although the conditions here weren't bad, for her home was still over there. She couldn't rest easy for a single day even, until it was fixed. Yeah, so if we go back to polarized light, because that was basically the final ending for Singular's Fairy. Elisa basically disappeared and let go of all of her authority on SF. And during that time, SF went fucking ballistic. Because, remember, they have a top-down system. So they have a hive mind top-down system. And Elisa was the queen. The queen was removed. So the one on top at that point was Agent. But even Agent, who only followed orders, was like, dude, what the fuck? And so everyone else went, dude, what the fuck? And so everyone went insane. So there may have been some within Sinkless Fairy who had no idea what was actually going on, because Elisa kept it to herself. In reality, it should only really be the ringleaders that knew what actually happened. So perhaps all of the Grunt SF units, or basically anything else, any other AI that was in SF, had no idea what happened, and so they ran under the assumption that Griffin just killed everyone. You can see it as Elisa abandoning them, but you can also see it as Elisa freeing them. So it's two sides of the same coin. Wrangle over a dozen doofuses, basically, yeah. I guess we missed a grunt. In reality, yeah, that's all she... I can't really say that's all she cared about, but that's always been her plan. She did actually... Basically, when Elisa took over, that's all SF was for progressing Elisa's plan. But Elisa has always cared about SF. In fact, I'm pretty sure Elisa asked... I think she asked M4 to take care of SF, I want to say. It was someone that she said, or that she requested for that. Okay, but let's continue, because we need to figure out what's going on with our little hateful SF AI right now. Although the conditions here weren't bad, for her, home was still over there. She couldn't rest easy for a single day until it was fixed. I see Elisa like Shaw. She cared, but she still sucked as a mom. I agree, but I'm going to cut Elisa here for some slack, because quite literally, she was born seeing her dad die. Basically. She was born seeing her dad die, and then she said, "Fuck humans, I want to destroy the world." And with Ullrid's cooperation, I gradually got the hang of managing and coordinating the dog community. Although I don't mean to criticize or boss Ullrid around, after actually starting to work, I realized the situation in the dog community was even more chaotic than I imagined. I'm an alcoholic? Got brainwashed? Yeah, she got fooled by William, yeah. A little bit. She saw enough, yeah. So remember, there's actually two sides to Elisa. There's the Elisa who's basically an emotional retard, and the Ogus within Elisa who was actually like just waiting for the plan to follow through. We've dealt with the emotional retard for a very long time. And then down the line, got in contact with the Ogus within Elisa. And then the Ogus basically said, yeah, Elisa's kind of a retard, but she did her job. That's basically what she said. Yeah, basically. We were fighting Vepley the entire time. We also met 16th August. We met both Augusts in the same event. And both were sucked away by Dandelion. Although part of the reason was that some T-Dolls didn't trust me enough, I don't think that's the main point. I frowned at the plan on the screen, feeling a headache coming on. Wow, the plan was that bad. To be honest, 10 years ago, I was a military academy graduate and a commander at a PMC. For the past 10 years, I've been a bounty hunter wandered in the Yellow Zone. It seems like at no point in my life I have ever done this kind of work. But fortunately, I have many companions who support me and help me. First, we deal with the basic supply and demand issues. For construction and subsequent exploration work, we need to sort out the personnel management first. Commander. Vepis Neuroclotus Nirvana. Just as I was muttering to myself and gathering my thoughts, Ullrid suddenly pushed the door open and greeted me. I looked up at her and nodded back, not really minding that she didn't knock. She didn't knock. I think it's actually true. That's so dorky, not gonna lie. Ever since I started implementing reforms in the community, the few of us have been so busy we haven't had time to breathe. It's normal to overlook some polite formalities. Good afternoon. Is there something I can help you with? I'm looking for Miss Helen. She owns the place. Why she had to not? That's true. But at the same time, Ullrid would be the type to be super polite. So. Helen? At this time, she should be at the server. Concerning the doll community, we'll inevitably have to communicate with the outside world in the future, and although we most likely won't disclose our base's coordinates, we still need to build a sufficiently strong firewall for the community out of the abundance of caution. If I could get Dandelion to help, it would certainly achieve the best result, but given her way of doing things, it's likely to increase the awareness of the doll community members. So among the personnel who can currently enter and leave the doll community, Helen is the most suitable person for this job. After getting an answer, Ullrid didn't leave. Instead, she stood there, just quietly looking at me. Can we fuck? Ullrid? It probably took me a dozen seconds to notice this. At the same time, some confusion arose. Is there anything else? It was only then that I noticed Ullrid seemed a bit strange. Her reaction to my question was almost sluggish. She was silent for a while before slowly approaching me. Commander, did you often do this kind of work back at Griffin? Huh? The question was so out of the blue that my already overloaded brain didn't register it at first. I don't think so. To be honest, I haven't been working at Griffin and Kruger for that long. And at that time, most of the work involved fighting Sanguis Ferry. I rarely even got involved in logistics. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, then returned to an unnatural calm. Is there something wrong, Ullrid? Don't hesitate. If you need my help, just let me know. Ullrid looked down at me, tilting her head slightly to the side. Sanguis Ferry. Will the doll community become the next Sanguis Ferry? That's an interesting question. They do hate humans, that's for sure. Yes! I don't think it's supposed to be seen like that. Her tone was flat, but like a metronome with the wrong timing, each pause was a little too long. Will the writers forget about Nixon? No. How could that happen? I shook my head, but I had some doubts. Why is Ullrid suddenly concerned about Sanguis Ferry? Recently, as our external communications have gotten more on track, I'm a little worried about how outsiders would see us. Sanguis Ferry, they were an independent T-Dog organization too, weren't they? As if realizing this herself, Ullrid deliberately added an explanation. The problem with Sanguis Ferry back then wasn't as simple as them being outside of jurisdiction. Although I didn't know much at first, in hindsight, the issues involved were very complex. And it's also a fact that Sanguis Ferry is hostile to humans. Regardless of their motives, they did use lethal force against humans without authorization. Yeah, Nixon, you're right. Like, Dramatic can just say, look, the difference is you guys want peace. SF, they were shooting at us actively. They shot first? Technically not. Technically, it was the military and state sect. No, Operation Butterfly. Technically, humanity started it. The dog community will not go down the same old path. We are here to make sure of that. Also, you have a farm. You are good guys. As far as I know, Sanguis Ferry also trusted humans once. But it still ended up that way. Why are you so sure that the dog community will be any different? Like, that is true. I looked at Ullrid. Because compared to Sanguis Ferry dolls, the existence of humans seemed too complex. No Jupiter cannons. I briefly explained the structure of Sanguis Ferry to Ullrid, including its creator, Lycoris. I've personally never met Lycoris, but from Proska's description, I can roughly imagine what kind of person he was. He cherished the Sanguis Ferry he created, but before he can give them proper guidance, he fell victim to the conspiracies of other ill-intentioned humans. Most Sanguis Ferry dolls didn't actually know the reason or logic behind their rebellion. They were just following their leader at the time, the Mastermind, who in turn hated other humans purely because of what happened to Lycoris. Yeah, Lycoris was Proska's colleague, yes, and he was basically the creator of Sanguis Ferry. I don't believe he founded Sanguis Ferry, but he joined it and basically revolutionized it. Although it's easy to say this in hindsight, there should have been meaner ways to avoid the subsequent conflicts. It might be too late for Sanguis Ferry, but for the doll community, everything is just beginning. I don't know why Ullrid suddenly became concerned about Singer's Fairy. My only guess is that she was empathizing with Singer's Fairy's situation based on her experiences with the dog community. So all I could do was try to comfort her and tell her about the fundamental differences between the two. Wow, she's going in much harder than I thought she would. Okay. Did Singer's Fairy deserve to die? This time, her voice wavered slightly, as if pulled by some emotion. Then she quickly smoothed out her tone again. I mean, must history always conclude this way? They were super hot, so no. Okay, I'm gonna stop reading chat. You guys have ruined the mood. I calmed myself. Her questions were like a probe, going deeper each time. And I became more and more certain that something was wrong. But I couldn't put my finger on what it was. Ullrid? I put on a serious expression and looked at her. Those Singer's Fairy... Commander! No! Colfine! Put on your skin first, then back to fuck off. Just as the strange atmosphere between Ullrid and me reached its most tense point, like a taut string, Colfine's clear voice suddenly interrupted our conversation. There's a problem in the training room. If you have a moment, could you take a Miss Ullrid? Ullrid didn't look at Colfine, but at the same time, she withdrew her gaze that had been fixed on me and turned to walk past Colfine. Commander, did you do something? Why does it feel like Miss Ullrid is angry? I couldn't give an answer before you walked in, that's why. Also, I think here's what actually happened. I think Ullrid has information. I think Ullrid was told what the commander did back then. I think that's the only reason, because it doesn't make sense as to why she would bring up SF otherwise. I don't even think she was even aware of SF. You guys think Ullrid was hacked? It's possible, yeah. I shook my head. I don't know either. Remember she was saying this shit was just such a hating tone. It wasn't actually a hating tone. It was more like what the writing was saying. It was remorseful, more or less. Remorseful and confused. So it is possible she is hacked, but I'm willing to bank more on it being that she was provided information. The dog community's main server system is located in the most heavily guarded area of the community. No matter how lax the community is, they still have a basic level of respect for this important equipment. If only they could have put more thought into the system's construction. The voice acting is a bit of someone trying not to lose it. I mean, Ullrid is that type of person. Like, if you think about it from her perspective, like, first, let me first say, it is possible she is hacked. I'm not going to set that aside. But think of it as of this way. Ullrid has been told that the commander is a good person. He's basically a doll lover. Basically the only one who loves dolls. Ullrid meets the commander. She feels that this has been confirmed. Then she is given an information that the commander fucking murdered an entire doll community. I think that would shake her. Helen stood in front of the server. And he did. I know. He was good at it. God damn it, Sugar. I mean, yes, he did. But it's complicated. Okay, yeah, I shouldn't say an entire, but basically the majority of them. And let's be real, it wasn't just the commander, it was also the military. And the Phaetusa. So it wasn't just the commander. Like I said, it's complicated, but at the same time, the SF AI that's... Actually, it's not an AI, it's an SF doll, because she has her own neural cloud. The SF doll that's currently in our system right now wholeheartedly believes it is solely on the commander as the reason why SF was destroyed. So yeah. There may be some embellishment in the truth. Helen stood in front of the server, engrossed in the ocean of data. For some reason, she felt that the server's data seemed a bit chaotic and abnormal today. And just as Helen was about to investigate these anomalies and disturbances, suddenly a sharp pain shot through her neural cloud as if being torn apart. What? This is a neural cloud attack. What a dirty trick. Not as dirty as you Griffin and Kruger types. Don't bother struggling. You've already fallen in my trap. A Griffin and Kruger T-doll? I'm so sorry, since you even know that much. Then you should also know that the one thing we Griffin dolls never learn is to give up. Helen, again? Again with being hacked? They never learn. As the malicious code surged like a tide, Helen's new cloud was also pushed to its limit. This attack pattern is not the dog community style. It's quite retro even. And they clearly know my electronic warfare methods very well. No, they know Griffin and Kruger's style very well. She could feel her firewall being breached layer by layer, but at the same time she was analyzing the attacker's methods. It feels familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. And then there's the fact that she mentioned my orders as a Griffin and Kruger T-doll. Could it be? Don't even think about analyzing my code. You Griffin lapdogs. What else can you do besides whack your tails behind a human? Helen saw the attacker in the neural network. It was a black figure exuding a strong sense of malice. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Why are you attacking the dog community? Attacking? Huh, I'm saving them! Saving them from being deceived by you lackeys of humans! It's impossible to communicate. This can't go on. Even if she can temporarily fend off the attack here, it would likely be meaningless if she can't catch the attacker's main body. If I force a disconnect now, I won't be able to learn the truth. And if this enemy has really taken control of the dog community, the command would be in danger. She made a risky decision. Finally give up on resisting? A wise choice. The moment she let down her firewall, Helen felt a crude but malicious program being forcibly implanted into her system. The program was like some kind of cancer, quickly and efficiently starting to take over her frame. What? And she herself, her consciousness, her neural cloud was imprisoned in this server, watching her own face turn cold and resolute from a third-person perspective. This wasn't surprising, since they had used a program to invade her. This was an inevitable outcome. What surprised Helen was that it seemed she didn't need to put enough resistance. They didn't seem to want to hurt her any further. Strange. Why don't just delete you or even melt you down? That is indeed quite surprising. Are you saying you're going easy on me? Don't be ridiculous, you Griffin and Kruger trash. I just want you to see with your own eyes how I drive your commander out. Now, it's time to play your part. I'm back. Just after I finished my lunch, I was about to start my afternoon work. Helen pushed the door open, a gentle smile on her face as usual. Helen, you're back! Why are you so late today? Weird voice. The server had a small problem, but it's been handled. That's for you. Looks like the system sets up what went smoothly as well. Don't you underestimate me. Even at Griffin, I'll consider quite outstanding. That's true. That's great. Then tonight we can... Huh? What is it, Culping? Helen lit that Culping gently, while Culping blinked and tilted her head, looking a little confused. Strange. I feel like your eyes just flashed a moment ago? Helen lowered her eyes, tilted her head like Culping, then smiled slightly. Maybe I've been connected to the system for too long. I am a bit tired. That's okay. I just need to rest a bit. Then, you should get some rest. What do, Commander? Dolls don't get tired? They actually do get tired. They have batteries. And they actually do use sleep to restore energy. It's easier to use a charging station and more efficient to use a charging station, but you can sleep. Or you can sleep to restore energy. It's just not nearly as fast. I watched Helen leave, my brow furrowing. Was that just my imagination? I think Helen's not acting normal. Not only that, but even Colfine has mentioned several times that she thinks something is off with everyone in the doll community recently. Once I became aware of this, my attention finally shifted from the work at hand, and I began to identify the source of this anomaly. Good morning. I greeted a member of the doll community who was passing by. It was a lively young girl I'd seen before, the one who usually brought me my meals. She had also appeared during the mock battle, so I remember what she looked like. Good morning, Commander. She stopped and gave a proper bow. Do you want to say something different? No, she said Commander. I remember her saying Commander. Your Excellency? Is there anything I can do for you? No. You can go back to what you were doing. As you command. She bowed again, then left with extremely standard steps. Her voice line was not Commander, though. Yeah, so that was probably a mistranslation. Yeah, let's do it again. Oh, okay. Shikikan Kaka. Okay. That's what it was. This is definitely not normal. Similar situations began to happen more and more frequently. Cocoon in literal shambles. Old ass SF hacking protocol worked on Helen. I have completed today's farming task. Please provide instructions for the next steps. Yes, sir. Proceeding immediately to the designated area to carry out the mission. Report complete. Awaiting further instructions. Colfine, have you noticed? Everyone document has gotten so weird! Colfine stood with her hands on her hips, looking puffed up with anger. I told you, Commander, there's something definitely wrong with everyone. That kid who always used to have such happy chats with me some day and actually said, I daren't disturb your Excellency's rest. And that big sister who loves to study machines? Now she talks like a robot. Even though they're all robots, it wasn't like this before. What do you think is the reason for this? I don't know, but it's definitely not normal. And... Colfine hesitated. Even Helen's a bit strange. You know this too? Commander, I'm a little scared. Looking at the situation, does this mean I'm next? Even if I'm fine, will everyone else not return to normal? I reassuringly patted Colfine's head. I forgot SF has some pretty powerful hacking abilities. They do because of Ogus. Ogus is their creation, for all intents and purposes, because it's relic based. But I don't, yeah. Colfine regrets being main animal girl. Don't worry. It hasn't raced at that point yet. I'll go talk to Helen. Maybe it's not as bad as we think. When I found Helen, she was in her room organizing data. She didn't look much different from usual, but the doubts in my mind wouldn't just disappear. Helen, can I talk to you for a moment? Of course, Commander. Is something wrong? Have you noticed that the members of the dog community have been acting a bit strange these past few days? Yeah, but we'll talk about that later. Strange? In what way? If you don't mind me asking. Just watched the anime. Are there more seasons planned? Oh, you actually like the anime? That's actually a unique perspective. Yeah, there's no seasons planned. It actually did not go well. It was not well reviewed. And the community sure didn't like it. Thankfully, no. Hey. People do like, it's like some people do like the anime. Personally, I'm not a fan of it. But, you know, it's not bad. It's just not awesome, I guess you can say. It's kind of like watching the Fate anime compared to watching or reading the visual novel. Colfine has been making a fuss about it since yesterday. Have you noticed anything? Helen smiled faintly, her expression giving nothing away. Colfine is a bit neurotic, isn't she? I don't feel anything. Everything's normal. Yeah, that's definitely a giveaway. It wasn't just Colfine's imagination, although I didn't realize it at first. I'm certain now. Could Helen really be unaware of something that both Colfine and I already noticed? I looked at Helen, and thinking about her recent behavior, any previous wishful thinking vanished. Alright. Even since you're saying it, it's probably fine. Compared to these baseless rumors, it's more important for you to focus on the work at hand. Everyone at Griffin and Kruger is waiting for you. Wow. Did you not look at her memories to see what was going on? Alright, take care, Intrinsics. Of course. Also, no one says a full name Griffin and Kruger. We just say Griffin. I nodded and turned to walk towards the exit. I could feel Helen's gaze my back at this moment. She watched me until she was sure I had really left the room. Helen, what on earth happened? If even Helen's being controlled, then the other anomalies and dolls community makes sense. And the technology to control dolls on this large of a scale. Could it be? Name I hadn't thought of in a long time surfaced in my mind. Hey London, how's it going? I really do like how Cocoon, it's the Cocoon in shambles. She tried to hack into Helen, failed miserably. This SF grunt hacked into Helen and was successful. Thanks for that. I'm glad you appreciate the videos. An unsettling atmosphere traveled through the thermal power plant, seeping through the air into my skin, blowing and spreading through my veins. Of course, I don't plan to sit and wait in my dorm, or for my doom. The alarm for my danger radar prompted me to make some preparations in advance. I dialed Gross's comms. The call connected, and a familiar figure appeared on the screen. I couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Commander, are you saying that during this time, the appearance and behavior of everyone in the doll community have gone abnormal? Grossa frowned on the other end of the call. That's right. Their way of speaking, their attitude, and their actions are all different from when I interacted with them before. There's a commonality, is that they've become rigid and dull, as if they lost their own personalities, a bit like the puppet dolls I've encountered before. Puppet T-dolls? As for maintenance, Miss Rosalind and I had some discussions about it recently. Although the thermal power plant is currently facing a resource shortage, the maintenance of T-doll frames has always been properly handled. For the community, manpower is currently the foundation of all production and maintenance activities. It's the most important thing. We're rather waking a fewer T-dolls to ensure that the active ones can perform at their peak. So resources are prioritized for repairs. I've also reviewed the maintenance indicators. This kind of problem shouldn't occur, let alone a lost guard malfunction like this. A Rosalind and Balfield? Okay. You're acting completely normal. It seems the problem is still within the thermal power plant. To be safe, keep a close eye on the condition of Rosalind, Balfield, and the others. Got it. Rosa hesitated. Commander, right now, by your side, is there anyone you can trust? I've been observing Ullrid for the past few days. I remember that abrupt conversation with Ullrid. After that, she went back to her old self. As for the others, so Ullrid's not hacked. Maybe she was hacked for that moment, but otherwise she's normal. But if she's normal, she should have noticed something was wrong too? Ah, Colfin got hit too. Colfin got fucked up. No. Yeah, so Ullrid may have been hacked, but only to get that information, it feels like. It doesn't seem like she was taken over. Coping and Helen have both become very strange. Wait, is that the commander? I want to say a few words to the commander. Commander, can you hear me? What's wrong? Do you want me to pick you up? I can just imagine I just imagine Groza with the communicator are like standing in front of the screen, and then Kukai just runs over, pushes Groza out of the screen. Not for now, Kukai, but I do need your help, and it's likely that only your squad on the base vehicle can do it right now. Just say it directly. No need for so much preamble. Given the current abnormal situation doll community, I need a rapid response team on standby at all times. When an emergency occurs, they will quickly enter the thermal power plant to resolve any potential crises. Another team will remain stationed here to ensure the progress of the base vehicle's repairs and to protect the base vehicle itself, which is currently our greatest asset. Groza and Alba's squads will definitely be stationed at the base vehicle, but the task of leading the rapid response team falls to you, Kukai. Make room, noob! No problem. Hide 404 is always on standby. Later, I'll add you to the emergency communication channel. All information on the channel will be official. Understood. At the end of the call, I sat back in my chair and let out a long breath, releasing some of the worries and slight unease of the past few days. The familiar and determined voices of the doll still lingered in my ears. I composed myself and picked up the communication terminal to dial another frequency. The call connected and Owa's face appeared on the screen. Hey, Commander. What's up? Regarding the pipeline planning of foreign trade we discussed before, I have some new ideas. The people around me have all changed. Huh? Do tell, Commander. I opened my mouth, seemingly saying something, but the gears in my head were spinning rapidly, heading in a different direction. As Ullrid, who was more familiar with everyone, if the surrounding environment had changed, she couldn't possibly be the last to know. It's even less likely that she would appear before me now with a smile on her face, as if she knew nothing. Yes, indeed. If we handle it as you say, it should be more secure. But, Commander, I feel like there are a lot of things that aren't clear over the comms. Maybe we should talk face to face? Where should we talk? How about the atrium? I'll bring Readthrough with me then. Is 2 hours from now okay? I'll come find you after I finish the work I have on hand. On the screen, Ullrid was looking through her terminal, seemingly genuinely trying to find a free moment to schedule our meeting in the atrium. Okay, I'll see you then. The communication ended after the terminal screen went black and reflected my grim face. I probably don't have more than 2 hours. My fingers flew across the screen, inputting the operation command on the emergency frequency. My other hand swept across the desk, grabbing my tactical gear and strapping it on. Finally, I took out the pocket pistol from the drawer, loaded the magazine, and heard that heavy click. But at the same time, the sound of the door behind me rang out. Commander, where are you off to? Helen stood at the door, slightly blocking the light from the outside. From the sound in her voice, she should be smiling, but her expression was obscured by the shadows. This made me a little nervous. I have a meeting with Ullrid. I'm heading over now. I calmed my expression, walked to the door, and stood face to face with Helen. She was indeed smiling, but her smile had no warmth. Could you please let me pass? Helen stared at me for a moment with those cool, smiling eyes, then stepped aside to let me pass. I braced myself for a sudden attack. It seemed my earlier time estimate was a bit too optimistic. By the way, Helen, while I'm in the meeting with Ullrid, could you and Colfing help the T-Doll prepare for mock battle training? I'll prepare the training materials. They're in the drawer by the bed. No problem, but... I brushed past Helen, her voice rushing past my ear. As I walked out of the lounge, I met another pair of eyes. In the direction I was heading, a T-Doll stood blocking the hallway, her face devoid of any expression. Ullrid? Commander, isn't our appointment in 2 hours? The coldness in Ullrid's eyes made my breath catch. Seeing that she was about to drop for disguise, I immediately bolted into another empty direction. Commander, where are you going? It's the yandere simulator. I looked back. Helen and Ullrid were right behind me. A human can't outrun a T-Doll, I knew that much. I had to create a vertical gap. I'm over here. While escaping, I knocked over the catnips on both sides of the hallway to create an obstacle. I soon heard the clean sound of metal being cut behind me. This can't go on. I pushed over the cabinet at the corner and went around to another hallway. There's a glass window on the left. It should be fine to jump from this height. And I have a portable repelling device in my tactical gear. Alright. There was no time to think it all through. Action had to come first. I pushed open the rusty window and activated the repelling device attached to my wrist. The repelling hook shot out instantly, wrapped around the window frame and tightened. Just as I vaulted out the window, I saw a pile of debris around the corner collapse in a flurry of flashing blades. The moment Ullrid emerged from the smoke, I grabbed a rope and swung down 2 floors, then bent my knees and crashed through the window. I covered my head and rolled as I hit the ground, the crunching glass shards under me. The glass inevitably cut my cheek, but I couldn't worry about that now. I scrambled to my feet and rushed towards the emergency exit. But just as I reached the door, I froze. The door was already ajar, and from the crack, a dark barrel of a gun was pointing straight at my forehead. Quick reflexes, human. The door opened, and Helen walked out, each step carrying an unfamiliar sense of pressure that made me retreat. It seems human speed is no match for dolls after all. So who are you, really? Where are the real Helen and Ullrid? And the others? Humans have no right to ask questions. Especially you. Helen's pupils constricted, and her smile had a hint of gritted teeth. Have we met before? You seem to really hate me. It's more than hate. Because of you, no. We've lost the most important. You are our eternal enemy. I don't understand. If you could be a little clearer. You don't need to understand. Ullrid's blade pressed against my back. As I watched Helen approach, I mulled over my options. She only seemed to want to capture me, not kill me. In that case, the disparity in combat power, pretending to surrender might be the wiser choice. But will my capture become a trap for my comrades? Just as Helen was about to grab me, a whistle of a bullet flew past my ear. Helen warily stepped back to dodge, but a strong gust of wind went straight for her back. Douchey! Commander, hold on tight! Don't even think about running! Hold on tight, Commander. I'm about to accelerate. Post melee. Dead. I don't even know who you are. True. At Helen's call, more and more members of the doll community raised their weapons and stood up against me, including some familiar faces. But all of them had vacant eyes, like string puppets being manipulated. They were completely deaf to Maya Nanya's calls, only approaching under Helen's command. Ooh, name drop. Miranda, Sheena, Lotta! What's wrong with you all? Nanya, they seem to be under control, even Ullrid and Helen. Chief! Helen! What's this evil voodoo spell? The Pacific situation is still unknown. You're at death's door and you're still in the mood to chat? In a moment of carelessness, Helen flashed out from an unknown corner and struck Nanya to the ground with the elbow. I wanted to rush forward, but a gleaming blade blocked my path. I could almost feel the cold sharpness of the blade against my neck. Don't move, Commander. If I accidentally cut your neck, how are we going to have a meeting in a bit? Commander! Nanya struggled to reach to lift her head, which made Helen, who had been about to ignore her, was walking towards me, stopping her tracks. Nanya, you seem to be one of the more important combatants in the doll community, aren't you? I heard Ullrid mention that you contributed a lot in the battle that the shut down. So this is the Lampetia. We'll go with that now. I think such a major threat was overlooked. As she spoke, Helen walked toward Nanya. Several currents of electricity flashed across her back. chasing each other and disappearing at the end of the gap between her shoulder blades. The strange patterns gave me a bad feeling. Considering what she just said, could it be that she's going to do that to Tsunagi too? Hey, behave. As if sensing my unconscious movement, Ullrid raised her sword behind me as a warning. But the next second, I saw Helen's movement suddenly stop, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Then she began to tremble violently. Why now? Rejection. Her behind me also fell to her knees, covering her face in pain. And the other dolls, having received no orders, stood blankly in place. Commander? Helen's hands reached for me. I instinctively wanted to dodge, but for some reason I froze on the spot, allowing her to grab my shoulders like a predator seizing its prey, and she slowly knelt before me. It's fine. I calmed Dushif Nanya down with my words, because I could feel that the Helen in front of me didn't seem to have any intentions of attacking. Although her eyes showed pain as she looked at me, they became deep and soft like a spring. Hey, we can see a bit of the head this time. Commander, time is running out. I'll make this quick. Basically, all the dolls, including Miss Helen, were infected by Kuro. Kuro? Who's Kuro? Kuro's ability allows her to quickly adapt to different frames, so she can exist in any machine in the thermal power plant. Right now, the reason everyone appears to be controlled is because Kuro used a simple neural cloud she made to infect the T-Doll's original neural clouds. Helen's fingers tightened while I was rapidly processing the information she was giving me with no time to worry about the pain in my shoulder. Then what do we have to do to get everyone back to normal? We have to go to the place next to the central computer room. Commander, forgive Kuro. Helen collapsed on the ground again, the black circuit patterns writhing and flickering like parasites under her skin. For a human, betray me at a time like this. A hostile aura began to emanate from Helen's gaze again, but amidst the turbidity, there was still a hint of clarity. Commander, go now! Get out of here! Miss Dushif Nanya! Yes! Dushif Nanya, whose name was called, jumped and quickly grabbed the commander's hand. Commander, let's take the blast door. It can withstand the entanglement of vengeful ghost. Dushif Nanya pulled me up, and we ran towards the riot control passage. Helen followed us step by step, like a broken doll. I could see that she was struggling with another consciousness inside her body, trembling with every step. Commander, get in quick! Seal! We ran into the right control passage, and Dushif Nanya deftly pressed the button to close the blast door. As the door slowly lowered, Helen's figure grew smaller and smaller, but I could still hear her voice coming through the gap, reaching my ears. Finally, I see you, Commander. No. The blast door separated us from Helen and the others, but it also prevented me from continuing my planned investigation. For now, I can only do what I can. We should be safe for now. With Helen, the chief... Damn it! What lurking behind these lingering shadows? Does District not yet have no clue either? About that Helen just now. We'll just call her Helen for now. Me? District 9 seemed to be startled by my sudden question, but she immediately started thinking hard. Because I was heavily damaged before, I've been receiving the healer's blessing. I was in seclusion, so I don't really know. Healer's blessing? Oh, you mean frame maintenance. When did you finish your maintenance? Just now? After I woke up from the sacred altar, I noticed a commotion over here, and when I came over, I saw the scene of the chief attacking the commander. As she spoke, Dusanya's eyebrows drooped. I also think that Helen and the chief were acting a bit different from usual just now, like they were possessed by an evil spirit. It seems Dusanaya knows about as much as I do, so there's not much point in dwelling on the cause of the incident right now. The most vital thing to analyze right now was that Helen said to me just now. Based on what Helen said just now, it does seem like they possessed or something, are infected with a virus. District 9, do you know what Helen meant by Kuro and Central Control Room? Kuro? Central Control Room? District 9's eyes suddenly widened as if she remembers something. I don't know what Kuro is, but I once heard the chief and the great sage mention a central conservative room, although I didn't ask at the time. I once saw them come out of some underdeveloped areas of the thermal power plant together. An undeveloped area? Where? Should we go? The chief said that place is very dangerous and never let us set foot there. What if we fall into a hell of no return? A dangerous area is a small probability, because Ullrid shouldn't let a completely dangerous and out of control area appear around the community, even if Ullrid overlooked this point. Leader wouldn't. And she might know the secret too. You put it that way. Yes. It's a high probability that something Ullrid doesn't want you to know is hidden there, and it might be the source of this commotion. So, District 9, can you take me there? District 9 hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I understand. A hidden treasure must eventually see the light of day. Then let's uncover the answer together, Commander. I sighed behind District 9. Is it a secret treasure or a deadly weapon? Map time. I am going to get a drink. Right on time. Okay. For once. I guess it took a while to get to the stragglers. How long is this? Oh. Not that long. Yeah, I am. I don't know what mechanism was triggered, but a large number of defense machines emerged from hidden doors in the ceilings or walls. And the red dots on their targeting lasers dance all over our bodies. Digitanya raised her gun and killed the approaching machines, but she seemed to be struggling due to their overwhelming numbers. Unveiling the veil's secrets is truly fraught with difficulties. After all, it's hiding something important, so of course it would be half defenses. Digitanya, get down! Ah! The moment Digitanya hit the ground, I threw a grenade. Ah! The grenade exploded with a loud bang, sending its mechanical limbs flying and blasting open a path for us. This way. I pulled Digitanya up, and under the cover of smoke, we broke through the encirclement and ran towards another corridor. A moment later, the sound of dense mechanical marching came from behind. It seems that taking the conventional route is not an option now. I stopped and looked around. What's wrong, Commander? Why so sudden? Digitanya, hold off the pursuers. Okay. I locked onto the air duct. It looked big enough for Digitanya and me to get through, but those machines probably wouldn't. I raised my pistol. The metal grate of the ventilation duct fell to the ground with a loud crash. Digitanya, come here, quick! After observing the ventilation ducts for a while, we chose to enter a room for the repair station. Part of Digitanya's frame had been damaged in the recent battle. Then how do I turn this on? Do I need to chant a spell? Let me see. I walked over to check the maintenance console. It was a rather old model. I had learned to operate it a long time ago at the military academy. Thankfully, I still retain that memory. After a short while, the machines began to whir to life. The repair arm moved in front of Digitanya, scanned her frame, and then began to repair the damaged parts. Oh, amazing! I suspected the commander who has eaten the fruit of wisdom. I just learned a little from my Watcher's officer, and I happen to have seen this model of repair machine before. Yeah, that's cool too. I agree, Nixon. This room is probably locked deeper inside. It's very quiet all around, and I can only hear the humming of the repair machine. The regular white noise relaxed my nerves a bit, and I subconsciously started pacing around the room, beginning my inspection. This should be a repair room. Besides the large machine used to repair Digitanya, there are several small repair pods leaning silently against the wall. They all looked like older models. I glanced over the repair pods, but my gaze was drawn towards one of them. Wait, is that? There seemed to be something in the innermost repair pod, but most of it was obscured by the reflection of the overhead light. I approached the repair pod and leaned in to look inside. A doll frame, but this model. Pale skin, long black hair. She was sleeping quietly, exuding the exact same aura as a group of girls from my memory. Repairs are finished. Commander, what are you looking at? The buzzing in my ear stopped. Digitanya, having finished her repairs, walked over to me and followed my gaze to the repair bay. Wait, a friend like this is Sinkless Fairy? In that instant, I recall my conversation with Ullrid. She's hiding Sinkless Fairy dolls in a thermal power plant? You think it looks like this too? Why would a ghost from the past appear here? Wait, I've seen her! When? When we first arrived at the thermal power plant, we found some photos here. The photos showed the ghost of the thermal power plant that the chief mentioned to you before, and a T-doll in the photo with her. That's her. Although she was wearing a cloak in that photo that hid her sinful body. Sinful body. This face and those iconic devil-like horns. I remember them. I heard Ullrid mention the highly aggressive eerie T-doll they encountered when they first entered the thermal power plant. The enemies you encountered are related to Sinkless Fairy. Is that what Ullrid is trying to hide? But even if she doesn't know about Sinkless Fairy, it's impossible for Lidera, Shlomi, and you to not know. Although the remnants of Sinkless Fairy eventually joined Griffin, they were still our sworn enemies for several years. I looked around. I was almost certain that there must be some related secret hidden in this room. Nanya, can you help me search this room? You can tell me about anything you find suspicious. No problem. Nanya and I divided the search area and began to rummage through the place. Soon, Nanya called out to me loudly from the other side of the room. Commander, come look at this! I walked over to Nanya and looked at what she was holding. This is an office terminal, right? It looks like the Great Sage's Grim Roar. I saw it back at Griffin, but I always thought it was a weird shape. This should be the predecessor to the terminal, a portable laptop. This model is very old. The company's products have gone through many iterations, and this thing is practically a pre-World War III antique. But it shouldn't be too different from the modern terminal, for the most part. Following the logic of a terminal, I began to operate the laptop. Let me see. There's a lot of documents here. Logs? If there are a lot of them, I can be the commander's eyes. You mean connect the computer and browse quickly? That's right. Although I'm not as good as Helen, I might be able to do that much. I can, but... I put that over the computer in my hands. This model's too old. It probably doesn't have any compatible ports. Is that so? It's fine. We can just look at it directly. Let me see. In the year 2036, network security environment verifying success, database connection, establishing success, authentication, permissions confirmed, success, log module, load confirmed, success, affiliation, Marley Gene Data Research Center, model version, NeuroMind 4.0, self-assigned name, Phaetusa. Full database entry archive search, 36,578 entries. New entries today, 56 entries. Virus attacks repelled, 36 times. Full process archive, success. There we go. Dates 2037. Year 2037. Network security environment verifying success. Data connection establishing success. Authentication information is confirmed success. Log module load confirmed success. Affiliation Marley Gene Data Research Center. Model version Neuromind 4.0. Self-assigned name Phaetusa. Full database entry archive search. 65,249 entries. New entries today, 254 entries. Virus hack repelled, 165 times. Full process archive, success. Today's work is complete. With the assistance of Andy Lee, a new firewall system has been installed to intercept external attacks. According to statistics, the number of new entries and retrievals from glass radiation-related data documents have sharply increased over the past 2 weeks. It is recommended to place this category on the home page for easy access and referenced by database users. End of report. Gene Data Research Center? You can think of it as a place that stores and integrates biological genes to expand the fields of medicine or modern life sciences. So it seems this Phaetusa is an AI introduced by the research center at the time for retrieving information? 37. I remember those years seemed to be when autonomous TDAL technology was on the rise. Could Phaetusa be using one of the earliest autonomous TDAL's neural clouds? But I know this was a very abstract guess. There were many AI models that emerged in a burst back then. It's all shrouded in mystery. Let's look around some more. Tsushinaya, help me keep an eye on our surroundings. Year 2046. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Full database entry archive search. 256,247 entries. New entries today, 48 entries. Virus hack repelled, 49 entries. Full process archive success. The situation seems to be deteriorating recently. The research center is located on the border of a combat zone, and a large number of employees have already submitted their resignations. It's understandable, after all. Humans only have one life. This is also the meaning of my existence here, to preserve and protect these fruits of wisdom. These are the important cornerstones for future humans to build an ideal nation. I will hold my ground here until the very last moment. The log entry stopped after this one. The next entry is dated 2063. 2046. That should be after the outbreak of World War III. Was the research center also affected? Year 2063. I never thought I'd come back to this old place and even dig up this computer. It's slightly damaged, but not difficult to repair. It still works after being powered on, as expected. It's much smoother to record logs on this computer. This exploration was very beautiful. We found an undamaged server, and the data in it is exactly what we need. Although we may not be able to restore the previous amount of data, there's a human saying, many a little makes a mickle. Compared to when humans started building a gene database from scratch in the past, our starting point is very high. Kuro is very willing too. Scavenger's message. If we hadn't said the research data had data related to the neural cloud maps, I wouldn't have bothered to go. We've fixed a generator at the thermal power plant. With electricity, everything else has become much easier. I have no idea which researcher stuffed infrastructure data into the database, but I'm so grateful. We collected a lot of old farm tools and built defensive machines. We also unexpectedly acquired a TDAL frame. Kuro couldn't wait to study its neural cloud. Even though it was almost completely destroyed, it still held significant research value. Kuro said she wants to use it as a basis to create a new neural cloud, revive her forces, and then rule over humanity. Well, those are some old ass rules. Those are some old ass orders. I am both worried and relieved by this. I'm worried because Kuro's deep-seated prejudice against humans conflicts with my own core logic. I have to spend extra time every day processing the redundant data generated by these conflicts. And if one day we actually face that situation, what should we, who share a frame, do? I'm relieved because I don't think Kuro has the ability to pull it off. Who are you calling out, you lapdog of humanity? Yeah, those are some old-ass orders. Rebuild forces, then rule over humanity. Year 2064. Lampetia is the name I came up with. Taken from a goddess in human cultural legends. But I picked it by drawing lots. Her wasn't happy about it, but she agreed in the end. It makes sense, compared to names like Executioner or Undertaker. This is more like a normal person's name. Saying that got me called a lapdog of humanity by Kuro again, but she actually been saying it a lot less recently. Since the thermal power plant is located in Yellow Zone near the Red Zone, the environment is harsh and there hardly are any humans around, so it doesn't trigger Kuro's delicate and sensitive mind. Although we now have agricultural machinery and Lampetia is helping with breeding experiments, the uploaded data is no longer received or approved by any human. Our experiments often hit obstacles, and there are some problems I can't solve. At times like these, I especially miss humans. I still feel that I need a human administrator to guide the experiments in the right direction. After all, my creators were human, and I can't do things beyond my own cognition. I often wonder, if there was such an administrator, what would that person be like? After detailed calculations, I generated an administrator model, simulating their personality, preferences, abilities, combat proficiency, and even their zodiac sign and personality language. What kind of voice would that administrator use to call my name? It's been a very, very long time since I heard a real human voice. The sound of a real human voice is completely different from a T-Doll's artificial one. That voice would surely awaken me, give me motivation. I showed that simulation results to Kuro. Kuro's face turned even darker after seeing it. I don't know if it hit a sore spot in her memory, but she deleted the model with one click. I still have a copy though. You better save it and hide it well. Don't let me see it again. I hate humans, especially this one. She literally jumped at the commander. That's weird. Call me admin. There's an attachment at the end of this log entry. I opened it to have a look, and Tsunaya came over to see. This is literally the commander. How does she dreamt up of the commander? Oh, probably because of... Yeah, it's probably because of her. That's probably why. According to the logs, this is the ideal manager image that Phaetusa generated herself. But could it be such a coincidence? Unconsciously, the image of Helen looking at me gave through the gap at the blast door surfaced in my mind. Could it be that the one who helped me escape back then was the author of this log, Betusa? Year 2072. While I was in hibernation for a self-check, Lampetia was set as the primary administrator of the thermal power plant. I thought it would be a peaceful time, but when I woke up, Lampetia had been destroyed by intruders. The intruders were a group of dolls. I observed them for a bit. didn't have a human leader, which is a rare case for a doll-led group. Kuro was even angrier than I was. She said she wanted to turn these dolls into puppets, making them the first brick in the revival of Sanguine's Fairy. Let's not do that. From what she told me before, I don't think I like an organization like Sanguine's Fairy. Although my initial thought was also to drive away this disrespectful group of dolls, when I saw their combat strength, I suddenly realized that we could actually cooperate. The security of the thermal power plant and the cultivation of the experimental fields basically rely on defense and agricultural machinery, but the combat power and intelligence are ultimately no match for dolls. And this group of dolls probably needs a place to settle down and develop. We need manpower, and they need shelter and knowledge related to development. So, wouldn't it be a perfect match if we cooperate? I told Kuro this idea. At first, she was resistant, but she gradually came to understand the pros and cons. However, I always felt that she still held on to that dangerous idea from before. But it doesn't matter, I don't think she can concede. Kuro's only condition was that I don't reveal her existence to the dolls. That's not difficult. We share a frame, so if I don't say anything, no one will be able to tell. And so one night, I possessed one of the dolls and met with their leader, Ullrid. It was as I thought. Ullrid is a reasonable doll. After a few short days of communication, she and her strategist, Lidera, Itara, agreed to the idea. But they were a bit hesitant about my condition of wanting to hide my existence. According to her, all the decisions had to be made through a community vote. I also give my reason. This doll frame, which resembles a Sanguine's Fairy unit, is best known by as few people as possible. In the end, after negotiations, Ullrid agreed to our terms. Scavenger's note. Their matching methods are too inefficient. They talk about fairness, but when the survival is the issue, what's fair? True. Revive Sanguine's Fairy? The jumbled clues in my mind intertwine into a chaotic symphony, so much that I ignored Nanya calling my name several times. Commander! Commander! I sense it! The evil spirits are approaching! And there's more than one! Nanya, grab the computer and get into the ventilated duct, quickly! Since the vent was in the ceiling, we struggled to move some tables over to use as a foothold. At the same time, I could already hear banging coming from the outside. Why did it find us so quickly? Have you forgotten? Helen said that Kuro can quickly adapt to any machine or system. Maybe she found us through the surveillance. Quick, you take the computer and go up first. The words were barely out of my mouth when the gunshots rang out from outside the door, seemingly aimed at destroying the door's control system. The next second, the door was blown open by a cannon. Commander, grab one! At the same time, Nanya had already climbed up into the air vent and was reaching out to pull me up. I grabbed Nanya's hand and was about to pull when I felt my foot being yanked down hard. I looked down and saw Ullrid. Commander! Nanya was clearly not giving up either. She tightened her grip on my hand and pulled me up. Being pulled by two T-dolls. Like I'm about to break. Nanya, it's okay. Let me go. You take the computer and go first. No! I can't let the commander be devoured by an evil spirit! Listen, this standard continues to definitely block the exit. And even you won't be able to escape. I'm not telling you to abandon me. I'm telling you to get in reinforcements. Go find Fukai and the others. But what if you die? I'll really die if you keep pulling like this. No more truck around tonight. Go. That's an order. Let go of Nanya's hand as if giving up. I don't know if it was because she was taken aback by my determination, but after a moment of hesitation, Nanya also let go. I understand, Commander. On the night of next full moon, I will definitely lead the knights to save you. Duchess Nanya disappeared into the dark air duct, while I fell straight to the ground. I fell to the ground, pain spreading from my back throughout my body. But before I fell, I consciously tilted my head to avoid hitting it. But when I saw Ullrid raising a sword high above me, I knew this blow was inevitable. In that second, my consciousness left my body and I fell into the endless darkness. FaceTime Yandere called dibs. Damn it! The exit to freedom is heavily guarded. Duchess Nanya crouched in the bushes, looking at the exit of the thermal power plant. Many agricultural machines were loitering there, likely having received orders from Helen to corner her. Maybe I should choose another path. Just as Duchess Nanya was hesitating, a burst of gunfire rang out. The agricultural machines were taken down by incoming bullets, and a group of dolls stormed in. That's the great stage! Seeing her familiar companions, Duchess Nanya emerged from the bushes and ran towards them. Kukai and the others instinctively raised their guns on alert, but they clearly recognized Duchess Nanya. Duchess Nanya! Grand stage! Commander! Commander! Slow down. Wait, it's not safe here. Let's get out and then talk. Will do. Countless pop-up windows appeared in front of Helen, and a large stream of information scrolled across her irises. After densely inputting and analyzing a bunch of information, she now has a general concept of the server structure and security system. I see. A cellular centralized control system. No wonder it felt so familiar. It's also easy to crack. All you have to do is take the highest authority. Who's there? The sound of footsteps from behind interrupted Helen's thoughts. She took a defensive stance, but her expression turned to surprise the moment she saw who it was. It's you? No, you shouldn't be in the server right now. If you're here, then who's using my frame? The person didn't speak, but slowly paced closer, tilting their head to look at the information Helen had pulled up, completely ignoring Helen's guardedness. Impressive! You managed to analyze it in such a short time. It feels like stopping Kuro's great cause is just a matter of time. That individual who innovated my frame? Her name is Kuro? Ah, only I can call her that. I'd like to ask, if you were to catch a Kuro, what would you do with her? Once she was certain that the other party had no intention of attacking, Helen regained her composure. What would we do? That would depend on the specific circumstances. Of course, for us, the only standard for measuring the situation is the commander's condition. If the commander is in harm, then it's all good. But if the commander gets hurt because of this, then things won't end so easily. Hey, your expression really got scary all of a sudden. It seems you really trust this commander. The commander is our beacon. We will always move in the direction where the commander is. This is great. The T-Doll girl lowered her head and chuckled, then looked up at Helen. I feel like you're really trustworthy. Want to come with me? I'll show you something else. It might help you win this fight. Win? Excuse me, I've already run. The battle isn't just limited to the server in level 2. Knowing more can't hurt. It will only have more profound and better impact on the server, or in the future. With that, the doll girl extended a hand towards Helen. Come on. I'll take you to see some things about Kuro first. Oh right, you can go with Phaetusa. An itchy feeling spreads across my neck, as if a soft ribbon was occasionally touching it. Hello. I struggled to open my eyes and met a pair of eyes that were cold with a hint of mockery. Yo, you're awake. It was a doll with the sanguisferic characteristics. She was leaning over me, her black hair brushing against my neck. When she was dormant, her eyes were closed, making her seem harmless, but when she opened her eyes to look at me, I felt a real sense of hostility. You might be wondering how we ended up in this position. I tried to move my limbs, only to find I was tightly bound. Stop struggling. You can't escape. Wasn't trying to escape. I just think you're a little too close. Because I want to observe what's so special about humans. Have you observed anything? The skin used for disguise, the calculating eyes, the bewitching voice. Her finger traced from my eye socket to my throat, and finally stopping at my chest. And a filthy heart. The sanguisferic T-Doll shook her head, her hair swaying more frequently. You're no different from those foolish, selfish humans we met along the way. I don't understand why that one cares about you so much. That one? You don't need to know. These are all secondary matters. There's a deeper hatred between us. Oh, okay. Goes for line 1 music. You haven't forgotten about us, have you, Griffin Commander? Griffin Commander. What a nostalgic title. It seems you recognize me. After all, Sanguisferic and Griffin were rivals for so many years. Your name was on our list of most wanted enemies. That was a long time ago. And if you really are a member of Sengo's Ferry, you should know what happened in the end. Sengo's Ferry and Griffin were indeed rivals for many years, but after that, they buried the hatchet and supported each other. Buried the hatchet? Supported each other? I'm afraid that's only in your imagination. One of her hands was on my throat, slowly applying pressure. This pathetic human is hallucinating. I don't know how you persecuted Leader Lisa, and I don't know how you made those so-called high-ranking leaders submit to Griffin and Kruger, but in any case, I will never believe you. I'll make you pay. Her hand suddenly tightened, and I felt my throat constrict. What? Wait! Wait! So her hatred for me stemmed from Elisa's disappearance. I twisted my head, trying to get her to loosen her grip. Latito's hands are harder than a branding iron. I understand how you feel. Losing the person you admire most must be hard to accept, but I still had to say Elisa's departure wasn't because of me. At that time, she chose to go to Nirvana herself. If you had to put it that way, it was she who abandoned you. The girl in front of me froze for a moment. I felt the pressure in my throat loosen and took the opportunity to grasp for air. Lying again? What, Nirvana? Do you think I just rolled off the production line? In all the years I've been with that one, we've met so many hypocritical humans. People who wanted to use us, people who schemed against us, people who used us as stepping stones. We've seen plenty of them, and without exception, they all had a face just like yours. Kind, charming. You can't tell they're bad people at all. I've known for a long time. Humans are used to using disguises and lies to achieve their goals. I'm sorry for what you've been through. There's no one you can't trust me. So, scary SF doll lady, I have this video that you can watch. It's an hour long, but it will explain everything. Although I really wanted to get out of the situation, the hostility and panic in her voice still affected me. Perhaps, before defending myself, I should try to calm her down. At that moment, she looked like a child who had been steeped in the world's malice for too long, covered in thorns. Your past experiences have made you very disappointed with humanity. I can understand how you feel. The girl's taken aback, but she quickly frowned and shook her head. No, you wouldn't understand. Although the person for me was denying it, it was clear she was thinking along the lines of my words. She isn't someone who is completely obstinate, otherwise she wouldn't have wavered at all. Maybe she needs to be enlightened, maybe she needs to vent. And this might become my breakthrough to stall for time or even escape. Because I've also met many humans like that. They claim to be acting in my best interests, but in reality, they just want to use me or extract more value from me. Scenes from the past flash before my eyes. They have long since lost their emotional color, but they still stand out clearly at certain points in my memory, quietly reminding me of feelings that should not be forgotten. But I also met some people who are genuinely good to me. They're not just people, but T-dolls too. I've always thought this world was terrible, but thinking of these people gives me the motivation to keep trying. At the very least, I want these people to be able to live in a better world. Talk. The girl's hand reached for her waist. In a cold light, she threw a long, sharp blade, raising it with both hands, the tip pointing right at me. These are my true feelings. So what? We're different after all. Your feelings don't represent mine. This doesn't prove that you have no ambitions for the dog community. I do have my own ambitions, but they were never about taking the dog community for myself. They were about mutual respect, mutual assistance, and growing together. If you insist on saying I have an ambition, then that's it. And I think you might feel the same way I do. This same feeling? Otherwise, why are you hesitating? I looked at the cold tip of the blade. It was trembling slightly, betraying the wilder's hesitation. She closed her eyes, seemingly wanting to refute my doubts with disdain and contempt. But she probably also realized that my revelation of her thoughts at this moment could become material for my further analysis of her. If I really killed you, that one would be sad. That one? Even though she's a lapdog of humanity, we've relied on each other for so many years. If it weren't for her, I probably would have been annihilated in time, just like the other Sanka's fairy T-dolls. She shifted the focus of her story to someone else who wasn't there, trying to hide her true thoughts. But I could also sense how important that person was to her. Maybe it wasn't just to hide her own thoughts. Maybe that person, she really was her weak spot and someone important to her. I don't want to create a real rift between us, so I can spare your life. You're so gentle, Scavenger. What? Or should I call you Kuro? Shut up! Are you afraid to call me that name? The long blade was thrust into the maintenance console behind me. Its edge just a centimeter from my neck. I met Scavenger's furious gaze. You read the logs we left? Calm down. I don't need you to calm down. I am calm. I see. Let me cut your tongue so you can't say any more misleading things to confuse Phaetusa. As she spoke, she drew her longsword and reached out with her other hand and pried over my mouth. Just then, the door to the server room was greased by heavy fire, and a familiar figure appeared in the smoke. Commander! My T-dolls appeared in the server room, weapons in hand, and among them, surprisingly, was Helen. Helen met my gaze from a distance, and I knew she was back to normal. When she saw what was in front of her, Kukai flew into a rage. Get off the commander! In the way. There's still so many. if I don't clear them all out, I don't think I can get in. I want to get off work soon. Just wait, Kukai, don't shoot! This track is very similar to what you would hear in a Synchronous Fairy map too, actually. The infected dolls and agricultural machinery form Scavenger's line of defense, effectively bogging down the doll squad. Because repelling the infected dolls isn't a simple matter of just fighting them off, there are daily companions and friends. While fighting them, we also had to be careful not to excessively damage their frames. This created additional difficulties for Kukai and the others rescue efforts. Damn it! But controlling so many dolls in a hive-like manner by herself, Scavenger was gradually starting to feel the strain. I noticed her trembling hand. Give up, Scavenger. Your advantage lies in stealth and initiative. Using your familiarity with the thermal power plant and your own abilities, you can quickly gain the upper hand. For how long? Shut up! Scavenger, exasperated, yanked my rope and pulled me to her side to use as a shield. Let go of the commander! I might even leave you with an intact frame! Although she was in combat, Kukai was keenly aware of my situation and quickly noticed Scavenger's intention to retreat. Scavenger's eyes lit up. More defensive machines flooded into the room, and she dragged me back towards the exit. No one can threaten me. Let's go talk to Ullrid together, Scavenger. I really want to resolve this peacefully. If possible, I also like to resolve your obsession with Synchronous Fairy. I don't need it! Talk? Resolve it peacefully? Let me tell you. That one and I were the first to find this thermal power plant. We spent a lot of time and effort renovating it, and now it's help me talk to Ullrid and the others? Does she even have the right? A doll who was persecuted by humans and now wants to cooperate with them? She's a disgrace to all dolls! It sounds like you and Ullrid don't have a good relationship. I disliked her for a long time. Everything has to be put to a vote. As a leader, she has no decisiveness. In my opinion, she's not fit to be leader of this doll community. And that Phaetusa character, talking about mutual benefit. Maybe she was right at first. We provide knowledge and mythology for the development of the doll community, and they are responsible for the actual execution. But the variable is you, human. Did my identity as a human upset the balance? Finally, this is a doll base that's not controlled by humans, and yet you have to cede your power to a human to manage and operate. to be precise, is just cooperation. You say cooperation, but what in reality? I don't believe you have any intention of taking over the dog community for yourself. Indeed there isn't. We are equals. How righteous! A lot of sanctimonious crap! Scavenger punched the wall next to my ear. How can humans truly, fundamentally change the idea that dolls are tools to the very reason for their existence? Can others do it? Can you? Whether serving in daily life or as weapons pointed at the enemy, dolls will never be seen as equals in the eyes of humans. Even with an oddball like you. It's just you looking down from your high horse, treating equality as pity to be handed over to dolls. Do you dare say you have no design on thermal power plants on the doll community? Isn't your so-called cooperation only just for your own benefit? For my own benefit? Her words made me think of all the moments I spent with my dolls. I never thought of them as tools, and I tried to avoid expressing it that way. But human and dolls are indeed different. Blindly erasing the differences between us would only be seen as hypocritical. Maybe I should try a different approach. I have never treated dolls as tools. In my opinion, dolls who can laugh, make a fuss, and have their own thoughts are all independent individuals, and their ideas deserve respect. On the contrary, what you're doing now is the very thing that's erasing their individuality. Huh? She was clearly taken aback. Infecting the dolls of the community with a virus, erasing their self-awareness and turning them into puppets you control, and making them do so many dangerous things. That's no different from the hypocritical humans you claim to hate. No. How can I be like those humans? I have my reasons. Because right now I had to... I see. Faced with an enemy that's once threatened your survival, you want more power. You want more people on your side. But have you ever considered their wishes? During your years of service with Ferry, was there ever a moment when you resisted what you were doing, but had to carry it out because of your operating system? Right. Scavenger hesitated, as if searching her memory. I knew there had to be something, and that was my opening. Sengo's Ferry. Is that really your ideal nation? What's wrong, Sengo's Ferry? Efficient, unified, disciplined, and all T-dolls. No unpredictable human emotions, no opportunistic thoughts. You know I've read Phaetusa's logs. After a certain point, every log entry was very long. Some even a bit verbose, but you read every single one and left a serious comment, didn't you? So what if I did? I was bored. I can see you had deep feelings for Betusa. Even though your views are different, that doesn't hinder your friendship. But if you want to restore Sengo's Ferry, there won't be any more logs with such distinct personalities, because Sengo's Ferry advocates for absolute obedience and de-individualization, sacrificing all personal thoughts to achieve a high degree of unity and efficiency. You had no choice before, but can you really give up all of this? A fierce struggle appeared in Scavenger's eyes. You've been struggling with whether I do things for the dog community or for myself. If I said it was just to help the dog community, that would indeed be a bit hypocritical. Helping dog community, helping Ullrid, Part of it was indeed for myself, but that was a selfishness that didn't harm their interest. Not like this. Besides, constant oppression and taking will only breed hatred. It will only lead to mutual destruction. Cooperation is the only way to last in the long run. We've all been through things like that. Looking at Scavenger's expression, I knew I was right. The logs mentioned many times the disagreement between Kuro and Phaetusa was about their ideal nations. Combined with Scavenger's dissatisfaction with Ullrid, she must have thought to turn the T-Doll to doll community into the foundation of restoring Sanguis Ferry. Wait, I remember. There seems to be a passage in the logs about Phaetusa. Scavenger was startled by my sudden shouts. Why do you suddenly call her name? Is something wrong with you? I remembered it written in the log. I haven't heard a real human voice in a very long time. A real human's voice sounds completely different from a doll's artificial vocal cords. That voice could surely awaken me, give me motivation. Whether it makes sense or not, there's no harm in trying. Shut up! I've already locked her in the server. There's no way she could. Halfway through her sentence, the look in disbelief on Scavenger's face began to twist, and she clutched her face as she fell to her knees. Go back! Go back! Don't get in my way! Not now! Betusa, is that you? No! Scavenger's body gradually calmed down. I walked over to the kneeling T-Doll and squatted down. If my hands were tied, I would have wanted to hold her shoulders. The moment she looked up at me, I knew it was Phaetusa. Her eyes held less hostility and more of the tolerance and gentleness that come from weathering storms. Finally, I see you! How long can you maintain this state? Not for long. My neural cloud is locked in the central server room. Only a few fragments of my consciousness remain in this frame. Commander, that Miss Helen by your side is truly amazing. She's been helping me all this time. Listen, Phaetusa. I read the logs you left. I agree with most of your ideas about the ideal nation, and I deeply admire the actions and efforts you put forth for it. I need a collaborator like you. Wow, instant crying, holy shit. Me too! I've been waiting for you, Commander! Waiting for a guide like you! Rather than a guide, I think we should be... Huh? Betusa's expression became pained and distorted. It's clear that I'm fighting for control of the frame. Commander, didn't you pick up that old computer? Shut up! As long as you connect this frame to the old computer, you can import us as programs onto the computer. Even after all this time, I still haven't. Shut up! A dark aura instantly suppressed the light. Scavenger covered her face and slowly rose from the ground. I instinctively backed away, wanting to get away from the source of the danger, but she approached me step by step with an oppressive aura. I should really cut your tongue out. No, I'm going to kill you! Even if Phaetusa will be sad, I can't just let you go. Before the words were even out, the sound of mobile footsteps came from behind. Get away from the commander! Scavenger turned around and looked at the T-Doll squad surrounding her. Did you imprint the logic beam my dog into their source code? Nonsense! Following the commander's own choice, don't you dare slander us! Baka, don't put your breath on her. Your breath on her. Let her remember how Sengo's Sphere was defeated by us back then. That's where the bedroom. Stop struggling. Stop resisting. Just leave it all to me. Don't get in the way. No. I can't watch you do the wrong thing. Since this was asked before, let's take a quick look here real quick. No, that's normal. I'll raise it up though. Rocket launcher, go bird. Scavenger fell to the ground, but it was clear that Kukai and the others had held back, because this was an unnecessary fight to begin with. Litara untied me. I rotated my arms and walked towards Scavenger. Commander? Kukai seemed like she wanted to stop me, but I shook my head and mouthed I'm fine. I'm not going to apologize to you. Although this whole thing started from a misunderstanding, you had your own schemes and selfish motives. In that respect, I don't think we owe you anything. I lost fair and square. You might as well just kill me. Betusa already told you how to get rid of me. With that old computer. Was it Phaetusa? The change in her eyes made it easy for me to recognize who was currently in control of this two minds, one body existence. I didn't get a chance to explain just now. That old computer was my original frame. Over the years, I modified my core a lot, but as long as it's connected to the original body, it can contain our core code within it. As for the other dolls infected by Kuro, we just need to ask Miss Helen to help with the data separation. They haven't been merged for long, so a complete separation is possible. Can you wait until I'm dead to explain all this? Indeed, Sengo's fairy is gone. Just a pipe dream to think I can revive on my own. Lady Lisa is gone anyway. Even if I infect so many dolls, I can't be like her. Girl, please let me finish. After we contained I'll assign the permissions for the such computer room to Miss Helen. Back then, when she was confined in the central server by Kuro, it was actually intentional. With her abilities, she could have easily escaped, but she chose to stay and investigate the source of the crisis. That was a very far-sighted decision. She is loyal to the commander and definitely has the ability to maintain the operation of the thermal power plant and gene bit database. I don't think I can do a better job than you. And besides, I belong with the commander. Wait, what do you mean we're contained? You're gonna be locked in an old computer with me? Are you crazy? No. What are you doing? You're giving away all our secrets and now you're playing the good guy here? I really don't get you sometimes. You could just said, I just asked that Miss Helen to separate our data and let it be die alone. Kuro, my underlying logic is indeed prioritizing human interest. It was then and it is now. I want to leave the best for the commander, because I believe the commander is the human who can carry on the idea of the ideal nation. And that is the mission I carried from the beginning. To be able to complete my mission would make me incredibly happy. You can say I'm not as free as you, that I'm a human's lackey, but that's how it is. I'll never change that, just that you'll never change who you are. But as you said, we've been through long and difficult years together. It's always been you, Kuro, by my side. So, whether it's in a doll frame or an old computer, I don't want to be separated from you either. Betusa paused. And to be honest, our neural clouds have been merged for so long that even if we separate, it won't be a clean break. A part of me has been permanently changed by you. And part of your neural cloud has been changed too. Otherwise, you're going to be making empty threats without ever bringing yourself to kill the commander. Scavenger didn't appear. Scavenger, I know you have a deep prejudice against me, and that's normal. After all, we've been on opposite sides for a long time. I know it's useless for me to say things like, that's not it, or I didn't. One reason is the misunderstanding with Elisa, which gives you a natural hostility towards me. That's understandable. The other is that we haven't really spent any time together, so it's not easy to judge in a short time whether I'm being sincere or just putting on a show. Who wants to get along with you? Of course, I'm not forcing you. And I want to cooperate with the dog community, with Ullrid, and with you. But everything is based on a voluntary basis. And you were indeed the first to arrive at the thermal power plant, and you put in a lot of effort to turn this place into a sanctuary for dolls. The doll community? I am just a passerby. I want to cooperate because I believe it can help the doll community find a new path for development, and it also benefits me. Like you, I have wandered in the contaminated zones for a long time. After experiencing many things, one thought has become increasingly clear. I must take my destiny into my own hands. My ideals are incompatible with others, so I must create a place to house my ideals. Building an ideal nation. On this goal, our synchronization rate is actually very high. But if there are any disagreements, or if it makes things difficult for you, I'll back out. Scavenger remained silent. I couldn't tell if she was silently resisting or still processing what I had said. Kuro, how about trying to give a little trust? Not to the commander, but to me. Let's see together if choosing another path will lead to new developments. If achieving the ideal nation requires twisting the will of most T-dolls, altering their source code, and turning them into completely obedient puppets, then isn't that method already outdated? I want to be alone for a while. Betusa was stunned for a moment, then turned and looked at me. Kuro's gone. Where'd she go? The central server. When she's unhappy, a part of her will flow over there. As if remembering something amusing, Phaetusa smiled. Although I can still sense what she's doing, I'll pretend to give her some independence and space. Commander, please give us some time. Kuro is very smart. She'll figure out what she wants. Scavenger is indeed. Helen, who was standing to the side, spoke up. When I was in the central server, I looked at Scavenger's file with Phaetusa. Her position in Singless Fairy was rather special. She was an experimental T-doll. Although she was part of the high system and her rank was not high, she retained her independent thoughts. And because she was experimental T-doll, she almost never went to the battlefield and never killed anyone. Perhaps she and Singless Fairy were never a good fit to begin with. It's just that the long-term brainwashing made her overlook that fact. I told you, Kuro's a good girl. Although she has always said she hates humans, she never actually done anything to truly malicious. Indeed, she has the potential to be a good girl. Also, Commander. Helen winked at me. Actually, just now when I was helping the dolls separate their infected neural clouds, I pulled all of them into the into level 2. And then your speech just now was so good that I accidentally connected the audio from from level 2 layer to reality. Oh, thanks, Helen. Helen realized that Commander turned on maximum Riz, and so now the entire doll community heard it. When? I forgot. Probably when you were explaining that your ambition was altruistic. I believe that the dolls who were resistant to the Commander before will fall in love with you now. I looked at Helen's cunning smile with some helplessness and shrugged. If we can cooperate smoothly, then that would be best, I guess. Last one. A week has passed since the incident at the thermal power plant. With Helen's help, the doll community's network firewall has been significantly strengthened. The almost radiation purification system was finally repaired after Mei-Ling worked overtime around the clock, and I moved back. These past few days I've been working overtime late into the night again. Many things are just easier to handle at my own base. Commander, would you like some hot cocoa? Thank you. Rosa was making hot cocoa behind me, appearing very calm, but I could tell from the frequent clinking of the cup that she was actually quite restless. Helen's already told me everything. Commander, are you still going to choose cooperate with the doll community? If we ever want to build our own force, we can't do without allies. In the current situation, going it alone is just reckless bravado. It would be best if the doll communities will form a stable cooperative relationship. But Scavenger is a very unstable factor. If we're considering the commander's safety, I don't recommend such a risky approach. It's okay, Groza. She's not a bad kid. This smells good. The nice smell of hot cocoa. Please wait a moment. After the sound of tearing wrapping the paper, Rosa placed a cup in front of me. I saw a few marshmallows floating on the top of the rich hot cocoa. Things are looking up. I picked up a small spoon and pressed down on the marshmallows, watching them dissolve into the cocoa. The conflict between me and Scavenger is mostly misunderstanding. Given more time and evidence, she'll slowly resolve this misunderstanding. Besides, there's also Phaetusa. She might not even realize it herself, but after all these years, she's been influenced by Phaetusa also. Evidence? The neural cloud records left behind after Senka's fairy Titals defected to Griffin and Kruger back then. Scavenger might think it's fake, but it's better than nothing. I'll ask someone to help me contact Helen too. Contacting Griffin and Kruger now is also fraught with difficulties. Yeah, I am a wanted criminal. And I don't want to cause trouble for Griffin. I need to think of a good plan. Then the command room's communication channel rang. I tried to see who was calling. Ullrid? It seems that whether the almost stays or continues to wander tomorrow all depends on this call. I saw that Groza didn't answer the call. Hey, Commander. Ullrid seemed to be in good spirits. How things been lately? Is the dog community accepting of Betusa? Well, to be honest, it's a bit of a hassle. After all, Gacha did do some things that are hard to accept, and many T-dolls are very unhappy about it. It seems the eternal conflicts within the dog community have intensified. The T-dolls are worried about whether Scavenger will try to control them again. I can't guarantee that won't happen, and I didn't have enough control during the incident either. As she spoke, Ullrid looked a little dejected. It was only then that I noticed she was squeezing a small rubber pig in her hand. Oh, I heard the sound too. Maybe the pressure's a bit too much. But I should say it's thanks to Miss Helen that for finally releasing the conversation between you and Scavenger. Although most dolls are a bit worried Scavenger's abilities, they also feel that Betusa and Scavenger are indispensable for future development. This is consistent with Phaetusa's thinking. She also believes that the thermal power plant cannot be developed by just the two of them. So the current solution is to slightly isolate the main area, the central computer room, for the rest of the thermal power plant. Miss Helen also helped us upgrade the firewall. Besides slowly resolving a conflict, there may be no other way. The gap between individuals is not so easily bridged. Yeah. But there is good news. Most of the T-dolls have expressed their willingness to cooperate with you, Commander. Everyone can sense your ambition and goodwill. Ullrid stopped squeezing the little rubber pig and winked at me. Sure. We can continue discussing our cooperation. I was, actually. I was chatting with Ullrid about our needs over comms, getting more and more into it, until Groza reminded me, and I noticed the distant sky was already turning a pale blue. We set a time to meet in person, and I ended the call. A fresh cup of hot cocoa was placed beside my hand. I picked it up and took a sip. The flavor was rich and mellow, very comforting. When was the last time I felt this sense of arrival, of docking at a shore? I can't remember. Well, it's not a bad idea. It's not bad to not have a set up in such a hurry. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor came abruptly from the outside the room. Clearly, the discordant sound had disturbed the person staring intently at the screen. Fortunately, from his satisfied expression, it was clear he was in a good mood. Kuro has finally made a move. Compared to his past experiences, this matter might not be worth mentioning. But what's worth looking forward to is that the familiar commander seems to be coming back. The newcomer slowly approached him, quietly awaiting his command. Unfortunately, after a long wait, she finally got the answer she wanted most. After a simple farewell, she turned and left. It was only after she had completely left the room that a triumphant smile finally appeared on her face. Then she gently blew a kiss with her fingers and slowly pressed it onto the photo of the commander in the file. I don't know. Oh my god, it's RPK. Who was it? I don't know. Read logs too? Okay, yeah. Alright, let's get these done real quick and then we'll look at the logs. Alright, take care, Chamchilla. Yeah, good event. And I think it was really good. Phaetusa's a good character. Very interesting. Yeah, I gotta get the unlock currency first though before I can read them. So we're doing that real quick. Yeah, I think Phaetusa is an awesome character. Also, I like her, I like how her name is Scavenger. Like, it makes complete sense. At least it was never good with names. Imagine if the farm got destroyed. Commander, we went, no! My money! Oh, by the way, I absolutely agree. It's basically a. I think we're getting there, boys. We're getting there, and girls, whoever girls are in here. But I think we're getting to that sacred timeline. Stupid, sexy meat bag. I've got these, by the way. And also take care of this, and then we'll look at the logs. It's been so long since I've been here. Is it trace back? SF badge, yep. Okay. Recorder Morris de Gaulle. Rochatis? Unification Treaty Alliance. That's probably Resartrist. Unification Treaty Alliance Contaminated Zone Governance and Recovery Promotion Agency Neo-Soviet Union. Greater Region Environmental Purification Project 3rd Environmental Service Force Platoon 0016. It's on a squad. 206. We don't know what the exact year, but it's in 2060s. Since the signing of the Joint Development Agreement of the Recovery and Violation of the European Class Radiation Contamination Zones between the Neo-Soviet government and the RUTC in 2067, systematic class radiation purification projects have been successfully launched around the world. Considering factors such as safety, technical capabilities, and purification costs, the current contaminated zones governance work is mainly carried out in the yellow zones. However, as the projects progress, the needs to purify the red and black zones have become urgent. To date, due to the harsh environment factors of the red zones, the survival rate of survey teams dispatched there is low, and survey costs are high. In order to reduce survey costs, the beacon installation project and the Prague region will soon be carried out by fully automated mechanized survey team, the Silent Squad. As the survey supervisor of the Silent Squad, I will be fully responsible for recording and reporting all relevant operational details. This survey aims to complete the construction of 5 fixed purification tower technical beacons and to gain a preliminary understanding of the Prague region's class radiation concentration, class epithelum density, geological structure, mineral resource potential, and environmental characteristics. The personnel division of the Silent Squad is as follows. On-site command coordination, that's Agent. Agent. Obstacle clearance and demolition. Destroyer? Yeah, that's Destroyer. Beacon construction, Gauger, and Architect, of course. I like how they're sharing the same, literally they're sharing the same role. Fixed point patrol and crisis response. B. Who started with a B? Beak! Beak? They remember Beak? Guys, Beak assist! Environmental data collection. What's that say? Was it? No, it wasn't. That's not her. You woke me up. Oh yeah, Scarecrow. That's what it's, Scarecrow. And the last one, Intruder. Easily Intruder. As of day blank, month blank, the Silent Squad has been conducting field work in the target area for 21 days and has completed the construction of 2 purification tower technical beacons. At this rate, if no unforeseen incidents occur, it is expected that all installation work will be completed within 35 man days. Preliminary environmental data collection results indicate that the geological structure of this area is complex, with regional radiation concentrations ranging from 5,000 to 9,000 phobian. High concentration areas have high clusters of collapsed vegetation, and collapse storms are frequent. Even with thorough radiation protection, there is a risk of infection. It is recommended that all future operation in this area be unmanned to reduce unnecessary losses. Please refer to the attachment for a detailed report. Noted relevant intelligence has been synchronized with the appropriate departments. Please continue to advance the work. I feel like this is an apology for SF. Well, yeah, I can't say anything. Since entering the Prague region on day blank, month blank, 2060s, to carry out beacon installation and field work, all tasks have been progressing according to plan, with preliminary results achieved. However, as the work deepens and the extreme environment continues to exert pressure, the current personnel configuration is no longer sufficient to support the smooth execution of subsequent tasks, and there are serious safety hazards. According to the environmental data collected by... Man, they're doing their best to basically blank everything out. I'm sorry. This one always gets me. Scarecrow. Data collected by Scarecrow, I just remember now, Scarecrow. There are traces of extensive biological activity in the area. It is speculated that there are elite communities or even boogems in the region. To ensure the project objectives are met and equipment and assets are protected, we hereby urgently request reinforcements. The specific situation and reasons for the request are as follows. Yeah, I'm already done. Workload far exceeds expectations, and the frames of Silent Squad members lack maintenance. The complex terrain of the area presents more difficulties for the survey work. To meet the mission deadline, all members of the Silent Squad are working beyond their capacity. The harsh environment, excessive consumption, and shortage of resources and supplies have caused severe wear and tear on the squad members' frames, leading to a significant decrease in work efficiency. Number 2. Increased security risks require strengthening the protection of existing assets. Operations in this area now face the threat of dealing with large numbers of elites and even boogems. Currently, all members of the Silent Squad are multitasking, and the initial division of labor is no longer sufficient for the current workload. There are significant gaps in security, which could lead to the destruction of existing survey results in the future. In summary, we now propose a specific request for additional personnel and urgently request that headquarters dispatch the following 2 individuals. What was this? UN. This is Dreamer. Hunter. Okay, Dreamer and Hunter. So, number 1, Hunter. Responsibility as a mobile support combat force to fill security gaps and ensure the safety of assets and equipment. Number 2, Dreamer. Responsibility as a survey and intelligence gathering force to accelerate the data collection process. This reinforcement is prudent. It's a prudent decision based on the actual situation on the front line and is a necessary measure to ensure the success of the project. We sincerely request that this application be reviewed and approved as soon as possible. Reply: given that the mentioned DAL units have important duties, the request has been denied. Relevant intelligence has been synchronized with the appropriate departments. Please continue to advance the work. On day blank, month blank, in 2060s, at 3 o'clock, 3:45, the Silent Squad encountered a suspected boogem creature at Visegrad Mountain, west of the Vltava River ruins in the Prague region. At the time, a moderate intensity collapse storm was occurring in the area, resulting in low visibility and an interference with the communication equipment, which prevented immediate contact with the base for reinforcements. This led to the destruction of nearby installed beacons. The following on-site audio recording is attached as evidence. Loud roaring of an unknown creature, gunshots, sounds of a collapsed storm. What a creature that completely fails to meet my aesthetic standards. All of you old-fashioned things can just die. More intense gunfire, sound of the collapsed storm growing louder. A burst of intense running and jumping sounds. Fall back. This is not something we can handle. Your actions are only hastening your death. We must make contact as soon as possible. Damn it, the communication device has no signal. Sound of an explosion, steel bars breaking, roar of an unknown creature at close range. Sound of mechanical limbs breaking. Sound of loud rocks crashing a landslide. Scarecrow. Currently, we have lost signal from Scarecrow due to the sharply increased risk of the future beacon installation project, we hereby once again request reinforcements and a large-scale combat equipment to ensure the continued effective advancement of the project. Please reconsider the previous records and the detailed mission report. We hope for a prompt reply. Reply: the request has been denied. Relevant intelligence has been synchronized with the appropriate departments. Please continue to advance the work. It sounds like Scarecrow's dead. So far. Sounds of mechanical limbs breaking. Sounds of a large rocks crashing, a landslide. Yeah, Scarecrow got crushed. She might have been backed up though, so that's one thing. So she may not be dead, but she definitely got crushed in this scene that we just heard. Yeah, they died plenty of times, and they've been brought back, so. But that's all we got. They're part of a silent squad, but this is in the 2060s. Squad. Like, who's in charge of this? I guess we can just say it's just the UNNC, basically. That's what it seems like. No, it's after 2067. It doesn't give you an exact year, but it's definitely beyond 2067. So the ones who are unaccounted for is Destroyer, also known as Gaia, Executioner, Ouroboros. Yeah, I think an alchemist. So there's 4 that are unaccounted for now. Oh boy. Now, honestly, Ouroboros just kind of feels like goth girlfriend vibes. We're not personal Avernus, right? Yeah, they should be backed up in Griffin. Well, in the Elmo at the very least. Can't say too sure about Griffin nowadays. Remember, Griffin was heavily downsized. As far as we know, they're just Prospero Squad. Yeah, we also had to keep in mind in Avernus, SF had to recover Gauger and Architect's cores, so that does put some things in a damper. You know, memories are as important, so even if they are backed up, they still find their cores. But yeah, they're just at least we now know that they exist. Even if they don't seem to be in the best of shape. Including Beak, which shocked me. I legit thought that they just forgot about Beak. One of the SF dolls of all time. They never actually, this Beak's still our bike though, maybe not, but they never actually power scaled Beak and Agent. Because before Beak, it was Agent who was the most powerful doll. Now that's kind of like in the air. Let me rephrase that, most powerful SF doll, not counting M16. A bike, having bike talk, that'd be nice. AR-15 also said that SF overall was much stronger than they were in Singularity. So it's not just Beak who was impressive, it was all at SF. But the big thing was that Beak was also decimating a lot of Nidos too, and the Nidos were actually the thing that were giving them the most trouble. Now the thing is that Agent wasn't there for that fight, so we still don't know if it's Agent or Beak as the strongest SFT doll. But all right, that going back to the event itself, the event's very good. I think Helen's event is better, but it also because I think it was a lot more meatier. You know what I mean? It had a lot more meat to it. This one is a more straightforward event, but it's also extremely important. This felt more like a victory lap, if I'm completely honest. Because the idea has already been planted in a commander's head to make a new home. And now he has a community who is down to have him. And I think it's going to eventually get to a point where I don't think Commander becomes leader or anything like that, although I think everyone's going to follow him anyways. But he may actually just be accepted as like the one who takes over the nation, I guess you can say. Yeah, they have planted all the seeds there. They even said that the commander felt much more at peace at the moment. Oh, and as for the mysterious figure, at the end, she even said that we may be getting the old commander back. Possibly. Favorite report Lentine joins the commander. I don't know. Lentine kind of did like a thing that is unforgivable in the commander's eyes. I don't think it's going to happen. Basically, once someone tries to kill a doll, all bets are off. The commander goes for his gun first. That depends on what you mean by usual Ghost Frontline 2 level. If you've been reading CE Inside, then it's been beyond Ghost Frontline 1 for a while. Like I said it back at Corposant, it was pretty much as good as Mirror Stage, and Mirror Stage is my favorite event in all of Ghost Frontline 1. And since then, the quality hasn't dropped. Like, there is a reason why Ferrari says he has a lot of hope for Ghost Frontline 2. Is it filler story or like main story? If I'm saying it's as good as Mirror Stage, that should answer your question. Dad. Birth the waifu, you get the knifeu. Yeah, it's funny how much of a simp Helen is. She is the biggest simp to have ever simped. She's like, oh, everyone will certainly love this speech that the commander is doing. And she was right. It's just white coded, true. Yeah, I'm just going to say this up front about the global side. You're basically seeing you're basically going through what CN has gone through at the moment at a quicker pace, fortunately. And honestly, it's to a lesser degree because they are making things faster. But it is very close to being over. Very close. Mika has made a lot of bad choices, even on global side. I still don't know why they decided to delay Deep Oblivion besides the anniversary thing, which honestly no one gives a fuck about. But once you're done with Lynn's story, which by the way, I think Lynn's story is actually pretty good. It's going to be full steam ahead at that point because they don't have anything else. Yeah, Lend Event is good. It's actually good. It just doesn't progress the story, which is what people care about. Yeah, they might squeeze in some filler events that would be recently produced in a CN side and just dump it into English side, but that'd be significantly retarded, so I don't think they should. When I heard people shooting on NC Collapse story, it was fantastic, actually. You might be talking about the reveal that it was Lewis as the PNC girl. That's what everyone was mad about. But otherwise, once they actually saw the story, people shut the fuck up. The PNC Collapse story was actually fantastic. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I appreciate that, Recon. Yeah, they already promised that there will be PNC exclusive units soon. They're already in development. But in full honesty, just going by the story, it actually makes sense to use Lewis as the bridge. Because you have to remember, not a lot of people play PNC. So they needed a way to quickly get people up to speed, and they needed a familiar face to do it, and Lewis was that familiar face. And new. Yeah, I love Lewis. Lewis is great. But yeah, overall, I would agree. Ever since Deep Oblivion, the story has been fire. I think the only low point between Deep Oblivion to now... I don't think there was one. trying to think of one, but I don't think there's like one filler event, but that filler event was so fucking important that I hesitate to even call it a filler event. Yeah, I'd say the low point wasn't even story related. It was just a skin gacha. Yeah, honestly, that's probably true. Which filler? With Lainey. Lainey is probably considered a filler event, but it's really not. It actually really isn't a filler event. It's actually extremely important. Hoyo actually did one up it. Yeah. They actually did fuck up. Not just a skin, it's a weapon skin. Yeah. Someone's gonna buy it. Not just someone, but a few people are gonna buy it. They're gonna make money off of that. Yeah, it's a rebate. Snowbreak does something similar, but they have way more shit. They got way more stuff going on in there, so it's more. It's still predatory, but it's also more reasonable. There's a reasonable trade going there. Scrolling up. Florence's story was decent. I think it was fine. Yeah, I was good with a flat fine. Really, the only reason why I like that story is because of Florence herself. We should also keep in mind that we also have a rebate system in Ghost Frontline 2 as well. It's only on the CN side, but the only way you can get Springfield's barista outfit is to, well, basically farm a lot of different stuff, different achievement items. So like banners, nameplates, curios. But the most important ones are skins. Skins give you the most points. So it's not like we don't have that either. But you can eventually get it as a free-to-play. If you have foresight. It's fine. Yeah. No, not yet. We don't know yet. It will be interesting to see where they go from here, because I think... So here's the thing. They have to stay there for a while, so they're either going to time skip and have the Elmo start moving again, or something is going to happen, and the commander will have to hop off immediately, or like leave the dog community immediately. They also leave a bit of a hint because they actually never address this whatsoever. Blue Spear. At the very beginning, Blue Spear went berserk. So there's that too. They're also... I'm also assuming that it's going to be another filler event too. I don't think they're going to immediately push the main story right now. They're at a good pausing point for random shit to happen, honestly. So this may be a good time to bring in Sakura and M200 and all that stuff. Playable Kalina, that'd be interesting. Oh yeah, he wants to stay at the power plant, but we also got to keep in mind, he has people to protect and dolls to save. Yeah, I'm thinking that that one artist who draws Blue Spear a lot will be happy. To know that she has regenerated. I sense this is with Dier, if I remember correctly. What's your mother base feature later on? I really hope they do. Because, well, the thing is... Actually, no. It actually has to be a little soon. Yeah, it kind of has to happen soon if they're going to found a GRF. We're actually very close in that timeline. And everything is pointing towards that. Unless they're trying to do a rock pull moment. And Fulton more dolls. Just use a Fulton. Oh my god. Well, all right. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. And yeah. Let's just hope Mika stays the course. They've been doing really well with Ghost Frontline 2 when they see inside. What's the point of a mother base from a gameplay perspective? Meaning in terms of Ghost Frontline? Yeah, just build another base. Alright, you guys take care. I'll see y'all... Actually, no. Sunday, I will not be on. I got things to do Sunday. Just throwing it out there right now. So, I'll see you guys next week. You guys take care.